This is Extrinsic Species 2. We're doing this year with Aman. I did version 1, but I think it's more interesting to get different people's take on different topics. And it's basically, Extrinsic Species is basically a more fun webinar, and it's about like creating these abstract creatures and characters computationally. This year, it's going to be fully with Houdini, and then there will be some KeyShots and Mixamo and other things, but mainly creating the character language with Houdini, like you've seen in the promotion and on the websites. So let me introduce Aman, who's our tutor and also a recent graduate of our first master's degree program. Our second master's degree program is going on now. They just had their first chapter finals. So it went really awesome. We had guest critics from PlayerUnknown Battleground, PlayStation, Logitech, Wilder Worlds, Microsoft, and a bunch of other places, all people in like hiring positions and this kind of realms, trying to think a bit outside of not just kind of architecture critiquing. So Aman is currently a computer designer at Century Orbit and an architect at Anidius Architects LLC. Aman is a computer designer, and he's based in Dubai with a dual master's degree in advanced architecture and master's in computational design. His interest lies in various fields of architecture, metaverse, game industry, artificial intelligence, and the world of NFTs, where he uses knowledge and computations and procedural design to develop efficient outcomes. Aman's interests lie in foreseeing a different future of architecture and is keen to develop a strong relationship with the present and the future through his design. So I'll stop sharing here, and I want to remind everyone, Aman, maybe if you want to try to share your screen, just so we make sure that works.
Yeah,
While you do that, I just want to remind everyone that if you're attending this live, you'll get recording, and our free webinars, the recording is always downloadable, so you'll be able to keep the recording. It's only going to be downloadable for 60 days. If you don't download it within that 60 days, you'll have to find someone else to download it from that maybe had downloaded it already. So make sure that you download it within those 60 days before we remove it from our servers. 5 participants of this that are attending live will be chosen at random to win free access to our next 4 webinars. And those winners will be chosen after this webinar and will be contacted by your Instagram handle that you registered with in Instagram message. Just want to remind everyone that not everyone learns at the same pace. If you feel you can't keep up, just keep in mind we can't stop every few minutes, as otherwise it will take too long. Just feel free to then just sit back, watch, and take more time with the recording, because you'll have recording afterwards. If you have any questions during the webinar, please try to ask them with the Q&A button. If you look where all your button menu is, there's a Q&A button. Good to ask it there, as that doesn't get hidden in the chat. And that's it. Yeah, we'll let you go. Aman, you have 2 windows on your screen that are blocking the screen. There's like there's Zoom menus.
Yeah, I was already trying to hide the video panel. I'll just try this.
You have one on the bottom right, and also it's blocking.
Okay, so
no,
there's one at the bottom right here.
No, yeah, just the bottom right. Yeah.
I have no idea what that is. Let me just again.
And I want to remind everyone to please put your chats on to say everyone, otherwise you're just writing to me.
Yep. Okay, let's give it a go again. Right. Still,
Yeah.
that's so weird. Try to hide the one on the top and the middle one.
What is the one on the bottom?
I have no idea. I mean, I don't have any things open at the bottom right.
It could be, and maybe something in the back. If you have any other programs open or something.
No, I mean, there's no programs open. There's just Zoom and the PowerPoint. Strange. Yeah, it's still there. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you just try share again, and maybe just don't go full presentation mode? Because I think it wasn't there until you went in presentation mode.
Yeah, that's really weird. Check in.
Yeah, it's there. So maybe just stay in this mode instead of presentation mode because it's not covering the thing. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, no worries. It was very strange, but okay. Right. So
Now there's
okay,
one
so
in the middle. Okay, now that one's gone.
I think it's gone now. Yeah. Okay. So this is just a very short presentation, just for me to show you guys the workflow and all the things that we'll be covering in this short Halloween workshop. So so what the workflow is going to be is, first of all, we'll be using Mixamo to basically extract the base mesh of our character. It's basically like a silhouette of the, it's basically like a beginning of the, the whole flow. After that, we'll be taking that base mesh to Houdini, where we'll be doing everything like, manipulating that base mesh and trying to like extract different parts. And by that, I'm going to be showing you what exactly that means. And then at the end, after we're done with the whole character, we'll be again putting it back to Mixamo to rig the character and get a different sort of, poses. And at the end, I mean, if we have time, though I think it's like 4 to 5 hours webinar, so I think we'll have lots of time at the end. So we could dive into ZBrush a bit, like just to add a bit of extra details or the extra noises which we can achieve. So yeah, and basically the next one is basically all the inspiration that I got. So I like to start off my characters after having like some sort of inspiration or a reference. So in this case, I liked like these sort of I'm not sure if you can see it, let me just zoom in. Like these sort of very gooey sort of faces and the geometries that are there. So I thought that this was like going to be very perfect for Halloween. So this is pretty much just some of the inspirations that I took to create the character which I had in the promos. Okay, so the general idea is to have our base mesh from Mixamo, and the next idea is going to be to basically cut it or dissect it into 4 different parts. So the first one is going to be our head, the arms, the torso, and the limbs. And basically, we'll be developing a script which will be maybe 1 or 2 scripts will be developing, which will be putting it into these different parts, so we can procedurally change any pattern of any part of our body. And an example over here is maybe in this part how I have like this script on the arms, the torso, the legs, and the head. And if you see over here, I kept the torso and the legs same, but I changed the arms and the head. So you can get a lot of different variations thanks to this procedural approach. And at the end, as a bonus, we will pretty much be going from this, having the same sort of a silhouette which we got from Mixamo. We'll be taking it to ZBrush, and we'll be adding like these really cool sort of tentacles and stuff coming out. And yeah, that's pretty much the short presentation that I have. I think we can go back to my other PC and we can start off. Okay, now I lost Zoom for some reason. Wait. Could you stop screen sharing for me, or do I have to do it?
I don't think I can stop your screen sharing. You have to stop it, I think. Yeah. Now I see your other screen. But we lost your audio.
Hello. I think
Yeah.
should.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've started screen sharing on the other PC. You should be able to see it. I hope.
Yeah. And there's no
Okay.
menus blocking, so that's good.
That's good. Okay, cool. Okay, so first step is probably to go to Mixamo. So you just type mixamo.com, and I think the links we can share in the chat. But yeah, okay, so Mixamo site is basically something like this. You'll probably before this have to sign up or log in with your email address. So that's a very simple process. So you can just log in through Gmail, and it's going to automatically connect you to this page where, so in this page, you have these two tabs over here, characters and the animation. So if you go to characters here, you'll be seeing a bunch of pre-made characters which are over here on the side. And there's a whole list of characters which you can choose from. But the general idea is just to have like a base mesh. So for this one, what I chose was this alien soldier, which is this one right here. If you just search it on top over here, you may be able to find it, but you're free to choose whichever that you think would be really cool, such as this one would be really cool. It's going to give us a very, very different shape. So you just have to select it and use a character, and it's going to load, and you can see the preview before you download the character. So this, yeah, so it's going to give you with the textures and stuff. You can take it to Houdini. But in this case, I'm just going to use the alien soldier and proceed with this new character, use this character, and it's going to come over here. And before you put download, just make sure it's on the T pose. So if you go to animation, sorry, and over here, you can see a bunch of animations which we can do with this character. There's a lot of different cool ones, like there's a zombie idol, there's a joyful jump, which is really, really cool. The one that we'll be using is the pose. If you search over here, and it should be on the first one. And here's the character. Okay. So the next one is to download the character. And before you download, it's going to give us a few options. So just make sure you have with skin on. So without skin means that it's only going to give you the joints and not the whole body, which you don't want. So just make sure you have with the skin set. FPX is fine, frames per second is fine, and everything is fine. Just download the character then. I think I already have it downloaded. I downloaded over here. It should be in 95 or 96 MB file, FPX. So I think I've already done that, but you can do it now and should be fine. Right, so let's go to Houdini. Okay. Right. So I think I need to explain this bit to the ones who don't know Houdini. Right. So I just open a new one really quick just to show you how you can change your UI. If you guys have any doubts, I'll just see. Up until now, anyone has any doubts on how to import or export? Guess we're good there. All right, so once you open Houdini, it should look like this. It's a bit all over the place. It can get really intimidating because there are a lot of stuff going on here and stuff. So I'm just going to quickly explain you. So the one over here on the left is our main viewport window where we'll be doing and seeing all the scripts that we'll be applying to the character. The one on the top right over here is the properties tab. So basically, whichever node you have basically clicked on the script, you can see its properties. And over here is basically our main scripting menu, which we'll be doing. So yeah, just like that. So what I like to do is I like to change a bit this thing. I don't really like to work like this. So I kind of like, just close the tabs over here, all three of them, and just make this into a two-screen sort of a thing where I can script over here as much as I want, and I can see all the functions over here. And for the properties to come back, I just press E for parrot. And here, basically, whichever key that you press should come over here. So in this case, I press B, and it's going to show the parameter. To get nodes in the scripting, you basically have to press tab. And here is basically everything, all the nodes which we can use inside this scripting menu. And basically, so if I have a geometry container and if I put it over here, now thanks to the property tab which I have over here, so if I review this, it's going to show me all the properties which I can change on this particular node. Yeah, and over here on the left hand side, it's basically the same thing where you can press these for scale, rotate, or transform your geometry in the middle. And these are some of the snapping tools over here. And I think everything else is pretty much the same. Here you can change your mode from primitive to points to edges. So but I think we won't be actually needing all this. Here at the bottom is the timeline menu. So if you have an animation, which we will have at the end from Mixamo, we can always go over here and just view the entire animation from here. So that's really cool. And on the top right, if you see this, these are some of the preset scripts that have been written in Houdini. So we have some script for vellums, for articles and stuff. So these are basically for the ones who don't actually want to make the whole script from scratch. There's just some of the presets over here already, but I think we'll be I like to make everything from scratch, so I don't really use this a lot. And here are just some basic ones like the box and spheres, like how you have in other softwares like Rhino and stuff. Okay, so I think this is basically our entire setup that we have here. I'm just gonna quickly go back to this file. Right, okay, okay, cool. Should be good now. Right, so okay, let's start from here actually. So this is the clean file. I have everything same. Okay, so what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna press tab and write geometry. So everything, all our geometries is contained inside this geometry node that we have. You can rename this to your, whatever you write, just get green character. And if you want to change, this preview of the icon, you can press Z for zebra. And over here on the bottom right, you'll be able to see all these different shapes which you can give to this icon. I usually like to use this shape for my outputs and my inputs. So I use a spherical sort of a thing. If you want to change the basic color, you can press C for cat, and you can basically hold any of these and just drag and drop it on the node. So this is basically a node which is going to contain our entire character. Now this is like sort of like how do I say it? It's like the most outermost node that's going to be there. It's like a base, or as I said, it's like a container node which is going to contain all our scripts. So we need to go inside this. So if I double click on geometry, now here you see an empty network. So basically I've entered inside the node. And basically here is where I'm going to be doing all the scripts, and it's basically going to be inside that container which we double clicked on, which is the Halloween character. And if you want to go back, you can press this arrow key and you basically go back to this thing. Let me just show you. For example, if I press tab inside the container, if I have a box, now you can see over here is a preview of a box and it's way too far. So if you want to zoom in to a specific node, you basically highlight it and then you press F, and it's basically gonna zoom into that selected node. And yeah, so basically this box is inside my Halloween character. So let me just take you through what the node actually contains. We have a preview, which is this blue sort of a thing. So if I hide this, if I want to hide this particular node, I can just click on the blue. And basically this one, you see the I is basically the information of that particular node. If I click on this, it's basically going to tell me all the information that's inside. So I have like a box inside this node, which is good. But I think if we go inside this again, and in this, if I click on I, here you see how many primitives, how many vertices, how many polygons, and how many points do I have for this specific geometry. And how Houdini works is it basically stores attributes. So we have the point attribute, the primitive attribute, and the vertex and the edges attribute. So that's pretty much how Houdini stores all the information. So in this case, we have point attribute for every point of the geometry. So we have around, I think if you click on the geometry, if you click on the attribute P, you can see over here that it's basically gonna highlight 6 or 8 different sort of points. It's just a very cool way to see your attributes. Basically just to click on them and you can see each and every thing around your geometry. if you want to hide this again, you just have to click this back and it goes. And now we are in the default mode. And yeah, that's pretty much, I think that's pretty much it for the nodes. So I'm going to hold this and delete it. And let's start by importing our character. For the ones who don't have Indie and the ones who are working with Apprentice, some of the nodes could be a bit different. If so, let me know and I'll where to find properties panel. You just have to click E for arrow, and and you should be able to get the properties panel on the right. Right, so let's start. Okay, so I know that my file was an FBX file. So I have the Indie version, and in the Indie version there is an FBX character import. And yeah, so if you don't have this, you can also use the basic one, which is the file. You should be able to have this one, which is the file node, and it basically has a geometry file which you can enter your FBX file to this. But I'll be using this for now, just to show you guys. I'll actually use both. Why not? Okay, so if you have this, you just go to FBX file and you click on this, where you get this pop-up and you find your file. I think this is the right one. Let me check. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay, so I have FBX and yep. It's loaded in and that's good. Let me try with the basic file node. It should work, but I think the scale will be off. I have a feeling. Yeah, the scale is really off. But that's fine, I think, because we'll be scaling the whole model based on something else. So I think that's fine. But the good thing is that we have both the geometries in. The only problem with the Apprentice, I think, is we won't be able to get the textured thing. It's just we just have the UV maps on it, and we have the basic form that's there. So I think that's fine. Yeah, just to let you guys know. But I'll be starting off with this. I'll be using this one for the workflow. So basically what you have here are the three outputs of a node. So in a usual sequence, you have an input where you have to input something from the above script that you're doing. So you input it here and you output the outcomes from here. So in this case, if you hover over these three, it's basically going to show you over here what type of a thing is going to be exported. So in this case, I have the rest geometry being exported out, which is exactly what I want. So let me just add another thing called a null. A null is basically an empty container. So if I click on this and if I click it over here, and now, so by default, whatever thing you're entering as a script will not be reviewed until you click on the blue thing, which I was saying. So at the moment, the blue is over here. So the thing that you're seeing over here is this particular node that's going to be here. The thing that you have to do is just click on this blue here, and it's going to preview the most updated geometry. So the reason why I use null is just just to organize the script much better. So I can name the null over here as say base geometry, and basically I have this over here. What I want to do next is I want to remove the textures because I don't want the textures at all on my thing at the moment. So if I go here into the information, so these are all the, so this is all the information that I have from the Mixamo, where I have the FPX material name, the material override, shop material and stuff. And there's a couple of more which we don't need. So we're going to be deleting all those, materials that are there. And the way we do that is if I click on tab and use attribute delete, I have this over here. I'm going to click this here and I'm going to view it by clicking the blue icon. Right, so here on the properties one, if I highlight this, I see, three different things like point, vertex, and primitives. Basically, it's asking you what type of, in what type of attribute do you want to delete that specific, thing that you want to delete. So I think in my case, what I want to do is, since my material information is stored in the primitive attributes, I'm going to go to primitive attributes in the attribute delete and go to material and basically just delete all the ones which I don't need. Right, so you may see the most updated model. It looks very similar to the one that we have in the file. So yeah, I think I won't even need UVs. So I think I can even delete the UV texture from the vertex attribute. And yeah, okay, so I have this as my final model to work with. Now, by default, if I turn on this, I think you have it on already. So you have the grid on, so you can disable it by going here on and off. While I'm working, I don't really use the grid because sometimes it creates a bit of a fuzz for me. But yeah, just to see the scale whether everything is fine at the moment. I think everything is fine. We don't really need to change a lot of stuff, but I think let me just try one thing. Size scale bit. Okay. So for the moment, for me, what I like to do is after all, like I work with my geometries in the default cube sort of a shape. So what I mean by that is if I have a box on the side, if I view the box is like this shape. So I like to make all my geometries into that bounding box and work inside that box. Because some of the nodes I found out that in terms of scaling and applying a bit of textures, it works really well if you have everything scaled to this default box. So that's how I like to work. So I like to scale everything down to the default cube size, and after I'm done with all the scripts and stuff, I basically scale everything back to the original size. So that's what I like to do, and that's pretty much what I'm going to do right now as well. So if I write match scale, match size, and if I put this here, and if I highlight this, it's gonna by default try to match the size, but you need to click on this, which is scale to fit. So you can see the outline of the default cube being this, and now your entire model is pretty much scaled to the cube that's there. Another problem I'm facing is like at the moment the model is it's pretty much in the middle of the ground plane. I want to, just move the model up so that, the feet snaps to the ground. And we can use another one called axis align, which is a labs tool actually. So I'm not sure. So you'll probably need to download labs as well, I think. If you go to, should be here in the Windows, and if you have SideFX Labs, if you click on this, you can install SideFX Labs. So what SideFX Labs is, it has some very useful modes that it has, which we may be using in this workshop as well. So just let you know to have SideFX Labs as well installed. And if I use the axis align, it immediately snaps everything up to the ground. And at the end, I will use a null again, just have base geometry updated. And this is basically my updated base, which I'll be working on now. Right, so another thing which I have to do is I have to organize my script. Well, try to organize my script. So the wires which are like this, I don't really like this. So you can use Shift S. If you hold Shift and S, it's going to create this a nice sort of wiring. So this is all display features which you may like or not. So it's up to you whether you want to follow this or not, but it's good to have it organized in some way or the other. So if I want all these nodes into one specific sort of a group, I can select all of them and write Shift O. So hold Shift and O for orange. And here I can write importing base mesh. Right, cool. And just for thing, I'm gonna change these nulls as my outputs to circles, which I was telling you guys. So just change this here. And basically that's how I like to work. Right, so this portion is basically the importing the base mesh from Mixamo. Now the next one is going to be extracting different parts of the body, like I was explaining. So we have the head, the arms, the torso, and the legs. Yeah, so let's do that. So I'm gonna hide my grid for now. Link to the base model. I don't have a link, but I can share the link if you want really quick. Can probably put it in my bridge and share it to you guys. I don't have a Dropbox yet for this because it's a new PC. I haven't set up all of this, but can pretty much share it here to everyone, whoever wants the model. Okay. Right. So the next thing that I'm going to do is try to extract everything. So let's see. How do we start this? Just use a null again. Use this. For now, let's keep it as a null name. Let's start off with the head. I think let's extract the head here. So let's have a box, and I'll tell you why we need this. So if you click instead of the blue, if you click on the purple or the pink, And if I have this selected, so the purple is basically an outline of the preview of that particular thing. So for example, if I highlight this as blue and if I highlight this as purple, it's going to show me a wireframe mode of that particular node. Yeah, that's weird. Did I stop sharing? Yeah, okay, it should be fine now. All right, cool. So here we have the box, and what I'm going to do with this box is I'm going to use transform, and basically now what I want to do is with this transform, I'm going to scale it down, and with the translate over here, so you have the X, Y, and Z. And if you see on the bottom left over here, you can see your axis over here. So here on the top is the Y-axis, the red is the X-axis, and the blue is the Z-axis. So in this case, I want to bring this box all the way up. So I can either I type it to, you know, point to, or if you middle mouse click on this, if you hold middle mouse click, you can see these sort of, you know, parameters which we can so if I go to 0.1 and if I shift it towards the right, you know, it's gonna move or move by increments of 0.1. So for example, if I again have it at 0, and if I do the same thing, if I use middle mouse and if I go on top and write 1, and if I again move it to the right, it's going to move at an increment of 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So that's how you know, we manipulate the sliders over here in Houdini. So in this case, I think what I'm going to use is 0.01 and go right and keep going until I have my head portion covered by this box. Yeah, okay, I think that's fine. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use this as a reference to select the head from our geometry that we have. So if I select the purple, if I select the purple one here, see it's even giving us, sorry, I know. So if I just select this and write purple one, will show you a preview of where that box is, which is pretty much where I want it to be, I think. I mean, we can always change it if it's not working fine. But let's go and type group. So what group is, you can group particular objects based on some parameters over here. So if you click on group and you see the properties that it asks for, here you can change the group name, you can change the group type. So you want a primitive type of group or you want a point type of a group, you can do all that. And basically here you can, keep changing the groups by a lot of different stuff, by normals or by edges, you know, it's just a lot of different things which you can test out. But in our case, what we could be doing is first we need to input stuff inside this node. So I'm going to use this one that I have, the null, and put it to the source data. And here at the right is going to ask us, if you see it here on the ground, it's going to ask us for a bounding object. So I'm going to use this box which we moved on top as a bounding object and just place it over here and just let's just keep it for review. If you highlight the group, by default it's going to select the whole thing, because whatever thing you enter over here on in the main input is going to put everything as a group. So what we need to do is we need to tell the system that we need to group it based on the box that we have created. And for that is we uncheck base group and we go keep in bounding regions. We enable that. And the bounding box is, so by default is to create a bounding box, which is the size of the default cube that we have in Houdini. And it's only going to select the regions which is overlapping with the box. That's the kind of an idea what we're going to use as well. But we need to do this with our box, which we have created. So I'm going to change the bounding type to bounding object. And basically what I do next is the group type for now, I change it to the points, because for some reason the primitives don't work, because it has a lot of stuff which it doesn't read very well. If the whole primitive is not read inside the box and only half is read, it creates some different errors. So it's good to do this with the points, and basically it's just to create the points which are inside the box. And this is for the group 1. So I can name it to head points. And basically then what I want to do is I want to convert these points to primitives. So I don't want to keep these points, but I want to change all these points to the geometry itself, which is the primitives. So I'm going to use something called as a group remote, because all this is in a group, and we can use the group remote to convert a group from a point to a primitive class. If I click this here, it's going to ask us for group name and the new name and convert from auto to points. Right, so our group name is head points, so we can just go here and write group name head points. Now we want to convert from points to primitives. That's how we get it selected as primitives over here on the top. New name, I think we can just give it head. Yeah, very innovative, I know, but just trying to save time. And here at the end we have so now this is basically grouped inside the entire geometry node. Now what I want to do is I want to delete some portions of my stuff, because I don't want this head to be attached to the whole thing. So I want to delete the entire geometry which I don't need. So I can do that by typing delete, or I can do that by typing blast. So these two nodes work the same way pretty much. So it's just going to give us the same thing. So you can either use delete or you can use blast. It's entirely up to you. And yeah, so let's for now we'll use delete, I think, and I'm going to delete. If you click on this, you have group, you have operation, you have entry. So the group, I choose head, and by default it's delete selected, but I want to change this delete not selected, and it's basically just going to give us the head now. And now we have this as its own piece. Right. So I think we can use head base and just change this to green. Right, and we can move all this here. So then again, hold everything and shift O. Right, put your head extraction. It's a very scary name, but yeah. So let's do that. Okay, so the next part what I want to do is here. So I have the head over here. Now what I need to do is I need the limbs, I need the chest and the legs. So it's similar process. We need a box everywhere, and we need to extract the information based on the box that we create. So yeah, so let's try legs. To save time, I'm just going to copy paste stuff. So I select these two and Control C, Control V, and I drag it out of the group that I have, and I bring it here. And by default, I switch this off and switch this on. So I have my box over here, but I need to change the location of this box to cover my legs. So I try to bring it down. Let's scale it actually, x-axis a bit, so that it covers more or less all the portion of the legs. So just make sure it's covering the whole thing. And let's scale it Y and move it a bit down. Okay, I think this is pretty much. Yeah, just move it a bit down because I don't want it to be so much inside. Right, okay. I think this is good. And basically we use the same function, use group. I mean, most of the time, everything is like, we make a script and we use a script over other, body parts, and we just change a few parameters of the script and you can do a lot of stuff with it. And do the same thing here for the points, and basically it's going to select all the points inside the region of my box which I created. And in this case, let's write leg points. And next, I want to convert the points to the primitives. So group name leg points, new name leg legs. So convert from points to primitives. That's what it gave us. I think we may be a bit off from this. I think I want to move this down. So that's really cool about everything about procedural design. Like we make the script, and if you change everything at the top, you can actually see everything change. So if I change the box now, you can actually see it real time, which is really cool. It's basically up to you how much ever you want to consider as legs or anything. But I think for me, this much is fine because I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff on it. And at the end, I use delete, delete my legs, delete not selected. And now I have my legs. To leg base. Right, and again, Shift O. Let's just use legs extraction. My box over the head and the new box are scaling together. Could you help me out? Yeah, I'm not really sure if I understood that. Are you saying that the box which you created, this box and the one that you're moving, scaling together, you just have to make sure that you don't do anything to the first box which you've created and just transform everything into transform. I think that should solve the issue if I'm understanding your question correctly. Yeah, just don't play with this at all. Just leave the box one that you've created as it is and do all the transformations in the transform node which you have. Other than that, I don't think there should be an issue with that. But yeah, Okay, so we have the head and we have the legs. Again, if you want to zoom select anything, you can just click F. So if I want the head face and if I select and go on the viewport and write F, I zoom select on the objects. So we have done it for heads and the legs. I think next we can do is, yeah, I think we can do the arms. So arms a bit tricky because we need to get symmetry on. So that's going to be a bit tricky. So that's fine. Let's take this out again. And also the bounding box does not highlight with yellow points. I mean, these points, did you make sure that we go and change it to group from primitives to points? And you need to change the bounding type to bounding object. And you just need to plug in your object to your second input that you have. And I think then it should work then. If not, then let me know and we can go ahead. Okay, let me just start with the arms real quick because it's a bit tricky. If I select this, Control C, Control V, and just bring it here. So I left my box as it is. I haven't changed pretty much anything in the box. I've changed everything in the transform. So you just need to make sure not to change anything in the box. From where the bounding object. Okay, so right. So if you go to group, if I type group, you have this by default. Yeah. So I need to disable the base group and enable keep in bounding regions. I enable this and I change the bounding type from bounding box to bounding object. And it actually says you need only points or vertices only. And then just change it to points and you should be able to see the highlighted points on your groups. It should work. I don't think it's really complicated. Okay, so coming back to the arms, go back here, and I think I'm just going to change the translate to something like this, and go to my X. You just need to be very careful so so you don't actually overlap your box with this. As you can see over here, like the arms are fine. I've pretty much almost got the arms, but this portion is overlapping with the torso. So it's going to select this portion as well. So you just got to make sure you scale your box really well to your boundings of your limbs. So if I scale it down, let's scale it by 0.1 actually. And this one pretty much is fine, I think. I think this should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, good, great, got it. Okay. Now what I do is to have my same box on this other side because I don't want to make another box and try to get the same translation over here. Though I could, but I don't want to do and waste any time. I use a node called Symmetrize is a labs node. So you can either use Symmetrize or you can use Mirror if you don't have labs. It's one of the same thing. But I just prefer to use labs nodes a lot. So I'm going to use Symmetrize, but it's pretty much the same thing. If I connect this here and if I click on this, by default, the mirror direction is 0, 1, 0. So it's actually going to create um, another box with, the the Y direction. So, it's going to flip it. So what we need to do is we need to create it with the X. I'm sorry, there's some people playing outside. So we need to create with the X direction, which is going to be, something like this. We need to cut it from here so that this flips and takes this as an axis. So I changed this to 1 and I changed this to 0. And that's pretty much how I got this on the other side as well. I think mirror should work fine. Let me just see that one more time. Oh, that's nice. I think mirror by default follows the X axis, so that's fine. So you don't need to change like how I changed in this. Though you need to make sure the keep original is ticked, because then it's going to keep the original box as well over here. If not, that's just going to give you the most updated errored box. So just make sure you have keep original set. Other than that, it's all the same. Right, so so we have our two boxes here, and let's try using the same group node. Group, select this, go to points, enable box, and yep. So you see where my boxes are, it's giving me some primitives which I may not want. So I can again change this with a very small increment. So let's go to 0.001 and let's change it so it hides off. I think this should be good. Yeah, I think this more or less should be good. Okay, so that's there. We have this. Let's try group promote. We promote some group type arms is or arms points. Sorry, go here. Arms points from points to primitives. It's going to just select these primitives of the points. You name is arms. At the end, I want to delete this to delete non-selected, and here we go. We have the arms, we have the legs, we have the heads, and we have and we need to do the torso as a last step. Is okay. Function names. I know. Right. So here I have 3 different ones. Let me just see. I think to get the torso, we don't actually have to use the same method. So by default, if you see, if I highlight everything that I have made, the boxes. So I have made 3 boxes. If I control shift select, okay, control shift select all. So I control, if I shift selected these 3 boxes which I've made, and I just highlighted them with the purple. So I've made all these already. So I can merge all these and use the same group promote thing to just extract my torso piece. So I don't really have to make another box and translate it and scale it around. So let's try. I'm sure it will work. Hopefully it works. So if you want to merge all these boxes into one node and use that as your most updated box, there's a node called merge, which basically merges, a lot of different nodes into one node. So here I have the transform, which is the head transform, which I did. I'm going to put it in the merge. I have this transform for the legs. I'm going to take this and put it in merge. And I have the most recent one, which I've did for the arms. I'm going to take this and put it in merge. This should work. Yeah, I mean, this should work. Let's try it out. If it doesn't, then you can use other ways to get the result. That's fine. Same thing, points, bounding box, bounding objects, and there you go. That's good. And it did work. Okay, so we have all our boxes into one merge, and we take it into the same thing which we were doing over here, the group promote. And here I can say head points. Here say group promote this to oh sorry, also points. Okay, so if you don't have a group in, so just make sure you type the right group names, because otherwise it's not going to work. And to know that a specific node is not working properly, it's going to give us this exclamation sign over here. And if you go on the node, and it's going to be somewhat like this. So the I, which was there previously over here, has changed into this. So you can click on this and it's going to give us the warnings over here, like what's actually wrong with this node and why it's not actually working. So in this case, I type in the group promote also points, but in my groups, I've typed head points. So, it's really good that, it gives us a very defined sort of a warning, which, it makes us understand where we're going wrong. So in this case, we don't have a torso points group in our whole script. So yeah, just make sure you have everything right. The naming should be right, everything. So now if I change torso points, now it reads everything well, and just convert this to primitives. And we use the delete selected. Okay, selected works because it can get the opposite way now. And here at the end, we have the torso. Torso base. Okay, so just shift as, yeah. Just trying to keep it as organized as I can, because otherwise at the end it becomes a big mess. And I was really famous for that in masters. I used to create a big mess out of my scripts. Okay, so we have heads, we have legs, we have arms, and we have the torso cut into different layers. And now this is where the fun begins. I think we've done all the hard bit. Now it's all about testing and getting into different sort of variations of your patterns. So I think we can start with the torsos, which is the most fun part. So okay, so how I make my pattern, I think again use a null just to organize. Use C again, and yeah, just keep it all as organized as I can. Right, so here what we can do is, I think, okay, so we can use a mountain top So a mountain node, mountain sap. So what a mountain does is basically takes the primitives and applies a mountain or a noise texture on top of it. So if I put this here, if I review this, yeah, that's pretty much what it does. So here, if you go on the mountain noise, you can see the noise pattern and the noise values. Everything else is fine. Like, it's doing everything exactly like how we want. So it's just these things which we need to change and, control it in the best way possible. So I think here you can see if you control the noise value from 0 to something, you can go really berserk in this, but we need to maintain our form as much as we can. So let's try to do that. Yeah, okay, so the noise value, let's keep it to a minimum value because we don't want to go really high because it's just going to create something very terrible. Or maybe you could, let's try actually both. And let's go here. I just want something like this maybe, or even a bit more. And then the noise pattern, you have different noise types. You have simplex, you have Berlin. So every noise has some a math formula behind it. So such as the Wallen cellular is going to give us like a more Voronoi pattern sort of a noise. So if I were to, let's increment this based on that, and it's just going to give us very crazy sort of results. So the more higher you go in the element size, the more it's going to go back to the shape it was. But if you go really less over here, it's going to go really crazy. So just make sure that to have it very to a point where you want it to be. And in some addition, you can play with fractal and the warping. So in fractal, what I like to play with is the roughness and the well, I'm not sure what this word is, the finality. But if you go here, you can see what it actually means. It is the value. Okay. But anyway, I like to use these. So if you go here, you can see a lot of different results which you can get with the roughness is basically going to give you how rough or how smooth the model is. Of course, in this, it's not going to show because we don't have a lot of primitives, but we can fix that in a sec. Let me just show you what all these stuff. So lattice wrap, you can try this as well. This is really, really cool. It really gives a lot of different sort of, very small details it adds and gives it a very intricate look at the end if you have it once all done. So yeah, you can play around with all these if you want, but I think for now I'm just going to quickly make the body part first, and then I can again come back to this and try it out. So I want my model to be symmetric because I took the EPOS in that because I took the EPOS for that particular reason. I need my model to be symmetric, and then we put it to Mixamo. So I'm going to again use the symmetrized node and basically again change this to 1. So now you see that it's all symmetric now. So even before mountain was not symmetric, and I can change it to how much I want. But in the end, I need everything to be symmetric. So I just need to add this node over here. It's going to make everything symmetrical. So if I change the amplitude of anything, it's going to just keep everything as symmetrical as possible. Next one, what I want to do is I want to sort of, I think, smooth this out because this is just too crazy. So there's a different ways we can do it. I tend to use something called as a delta mesh. Let me see if it works. Right. So yeah, it does work. It's really, really cool. So a delta mesh is it basically smooths out your entire model at the end. So even if you have something as chaotic as overlapping as this, it tries to it really fixes all the issues, and it just creates a more refined version of your entire model. I mean, I just found this function out like 2-3 weeks ago, so this is really, really cool. I like to use it a lot. Over here in Delta Mesh, you have only a few things, but they're very powerful stuff. So I think in Delta Mesh, we only play with the iterations. So if you go to 0, you just have the basic one which you have for symmetrize. And if you go more, you just go as small as possible. So just find a balance between what you want and what you don't want. I would probably stick to somewhere 2 or 3 because yeah, it's going really good for me. And I want to increase the poly count of this entire thing a bit because at the moment, it's not doing me justice. So let's type subdivide, and basically it's gonna just add in an extra loops inside every primitive that you have. So if I click this here and if I put the depth or the subdivision value to 1, it's going to do that once. And you can already see over here, it's adding a loop. So you had, for example, this one here, and it just added a loop on that. And that's basically what it's doing. So you can go really crazy if you want 2 or 3. But yeah, my suggestion is try to optimize your models as much as possible. Maybe for this, maybe we could go with, I think, 3, because what I want to do next is I want to calculate the curvature of this model. So to calculate the curvatures, we need the model to be a bit high res. So that's one thing that we'll face issue with. But let's go to delta mesh back and see what we can make from the mountain node. So by procedural thing I meant was if I change the offset, now you can see you can get a lot of different options. And if you keep changing some stuff, such as these are not quite there, you get a lot of different results. So let's try to go to, yeah, there's a lot of different stuff going on. Wally, let's go to Manhattan and see what it's doing there. Pretty much same, but a bit bloated, I would say. Yeah, this is cool. That's fine. I think I'll just go back to Wally's cellular. I kind of like this more. Right, there's some small issues over here. Just we can just fix all that by not going so much. This is fine. Right, okay. And if you just want to change the iteration but keeping the same value, you just change the offset. So offset is where I change this and I get different iterations of the same design. So that's going to come in handy at the end, I feel. Let's type measure. So there's a node called measure, and in measure, you can actually calculate area perimeter, centroid, curvature, variance of a specific geometry. Well, I could try this. Just click the measure type to curvature. And if I go to primitive type, you can see if I click on curvature on this specific node, you can see that it's actually calculating the curvature of the entire geometry. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's see what happens if I change this. Okay, this for element curvature. Yes. Okay, not bad. Okay. Next thing, what I want to do is I want to. Okay, so either this, I use either this, or if you have SideFX Labs, that's what I use the most. You should have measure curvature. So it should look like this. And in this is pretty much where you get more functionality with curvature, where you get an attribute for convexity and for concavity. So this is what I use the most. And if I click this over here, and that's the reason, guys, I always tell everyone to download labs every time you install Houdini, because it has a lot of good functions. And also it kind of reads the curviness a bit more accurately than the measure, is what I feel. But yeah, so in this we can just use this for now. And for example, for convexity, you can change the density, and basically it's going to change the colors of your entire geometry if you want. But what we want to do is we want to get everything to black and white, because we can extract the color information from black and white much easily than all this. So how I like to do it is I change this into black and white is I go to color. I put color here. And by default, the color is just like how a color node would work. It's basically going to change everything to a specific sort of color, which you have over here. So you can preview your geometries based on all this. But what we want to do is we want to change the color type to constant. Is constant, so it will apply blue all over, to ramp from attribute. And here it's basically giving you a ramp where you can change from black to white. Currently it has no attribute, so we need to give it an attribute. So an attribute, I would say convexity. So it got that attribute from this measure curvature. So if you go to subdivide, if you go to I, you won't have a curvature node here. But if you go to measure curvature and you press I, you should have both convexity and concavity over here, because it's basically outputting attributes named on these. So you can even change these names if you want, based on what you want. I think, but for this, if you're only stuck with this, you have the attribute as curvature. So if you put the color here, I feel you should be able to not actually have it. So you have the curvature. So this is pretty much not for some reason. That's one. Okay, I need to see this, but not really sure why this doesn't really work. Have the curvature here, attribute, change this. But yeah, if you're facing this issue, let me know. Otherwise, just I recommend you use this, because this works much better. And it does everything that we want without any issues, I feel. Right, so let's keep this here. Let's just work with SideFX Labs. What I want to do next is I want to extract the information of the white from the black. And before that, if you want to make any changes to this color, you can even do that. So you can either change this, you can change the ramp, and you can play around with the how much is the white value, how much is the black value. The next thing you can do is change the range from 0, 1 to I think let's just leave it from 0 to 1. I think that's safe. So let's just change this and this for now. And if you want to smooth it out a bit more, you can use an attribute blur. So an attribute blur is basically it's going to blur out the boundaries of either colors or points or something. But in this case, what we can do is we use color because we want to smooth out the colors a bit. So by default, the attribute blur takes in the attribute P, which is position of your geometry. So it's going to smooth out your geometry because P stands for position, and it's going to smooth each and every position out. So we need to change the attribute from P to CD, capital C and D. So this is already a prefix attribute known by Houdini. So like we have CD, we have P, we have E scale. So these are already known attributes to Houdini. You just gotta learn these a bit. So yeah, okay. So here you can see your, I'm smoothing out my colors as much as possible. And with this, it becomes really strong to see how much we can do. I think let's try. Okay, now let's extract, for example, the whites from this. So in this, I'm going to use Vex a bit. This is the only place where I'm going to use Vex. Fine. This is only place where I'm going to use Vex. So I think what I'm going to use is going to use a group expression. So Vex is Houdini's own scripting language. So in this particular case, I use only like one small sentence, which is very, very easy to understand. So I don't think it should be a big problem if people should get it, So a group expression is going to group particular geometry based on the Vex that we entered in the Vex expression over here. Pretty straightforward. So okay, let me show you something quick. Let me show you how you can access all the geometries, all the attributes that you have over here. So you have the P, you have CD, you have concavity, you have convexity, and so on. So where you can actually see the values of these is if you go here on the geometry spreadsheet, it's going to give you like an Excel sort of a view where you can see each and every geometry for each and every primitive type over here. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Right. So I'm going to I use the geometry spreadsheet to do my Vex. So in this case, what I need is the color attribute of the whites. So if I go to my attribute blur, and if you go to any attribute and just highlight it, it's going to change the geometry spreadsheet based on that particular node selected. So if you go to the most last node, you can see over here that you have a different sort of, so you have all bone captures and stuff from Mixamo, which you don't need. You need to see CD because these are the whites and the blacks that we have. So at the moment, we have cd.r, cd.g, cd.b, that's RGB. So that's how Houdini reads it. So what I'm really interested in is just to take either one and, just sort of try to call functions. So you can see that, the values are going from a range of 0 to, 4 and 2, 6, and so on. So that's how I'm going to use the information of this to code a specific group out of this. What I mean by that is, if I code my points, if I change my group type to points, and if I type here in the vex cd.r, so I'm calling out the cd.r attribute. So this @ sign is basically to call out attributes. So in this case, I'm going to call out cd.r. And basically, I say that cd.r, if it's less than a particular value, put that into its own group. That's basically what I'm trying to do. So if I say 0.5, so if cd.r is less than 0.5, put it into a group. And that's basically what it has done. So every value which is less than 5, it's taking it and putting it into its own group as points. And the thing that we have done before is we can change the point group to a primitive group, which we have learned in the previous one, in the previous steps, where you just type group promote. And okay, let's change first the group name of this to torso exoskeleton. I feel group promote torso exo to, so by automatically, yeah, okay, so now we have all the primitives selected on the points which we have. That's cool. And I would like to delete it. So delete the torso exo. And basically, this is what I have left. So either you can delete selected or delete unselected. It's going to give you the inverse of it. And at the moment, it's coming with the color information. So after this step, we don't actually need the color information anymore. So we can again change it back. So we can just type color here and go back to our basic white color, which we had at the very beginning. Right, cool. So from this step onwards, what we want to do is we want to smooth out the geometries. Like, at the moment, the edges are very jagged and, this makes no sense. We need to really smooth out all this into a very good sort of a composition. So there's something called as edge smooth. Again, it's a labs component. So you will need labs for sure to make this work. I don't think there's anything else which, edge smooths or edge straighten. Yeah, I don't think anything else smooths it out. You need edge smooth from labs to smooth out the edges. So by default, it's not going to do it unless and until you check this. So include unshared edges, and then it's going to calculate and basically just smooth out these edges over here, which you have. Kind of neat. You in this one, you just play with the strength. I just play with the strength, so I go all the way up to like 3,000 or 5,000. You can go more if you want, but it's after a point, it's just going to stop and base. And even if you go more high, it's not going to do anything because it has a limit. So, but I've seen like, more or less around 8,000 to 10,000 is pretty much the limit where it goes. So in this case, in 10,000, it's not changed that much. So I can just go back to 8,000. Yeah, and that's a very nice smooth model that we have. Okay, guys, I forgot to tell you guys, let's save everything because I'm known for unsaving work. And I've lost a lot of files because of not saving my work. And yeah, let's just, oh, can we name this we shop, right? That's good to remember. Okay, why I wanted to do this was I wanted to see whether I could get different sort of variations now itself. So if I change the offset in my mountain node, I want to see how different are my variations from each other. Okay. Okay, so you can see that it is giving you variations. Yeah, but not so much. So I think we need to mess around with the mountain node a bit more, because it's not really doing things that I'm expecting it. I need it to be like very, very organic. Let's see what this does. So yeah, it's all about just keep on changing the parameters until you find something good. So in this case, it's not changing much. In this case, it's not changing at all, actually. So if I go back here and select this, right, okay. So sometimes, if you think that it's not working as it's supposed to work, there's, some things in the script that you need to change. So you just need to go back and you click on everything again and just see if it's working for all. So in my case, for this particular model, it wasn't calculating the curvatures based on what I wanted. So I had to increase the intensity of the convexity to, read it more. And then I think it should work from there on. Yeah, I think from there on, it should work as it is. Yeah. Okay. Let's try offsetting them and see different results. Okay. Kind of making. Okay, let's just get back. Yeah, it's all up to you, however you want your geometries to be. I just like a specific set of geometries for my taste. So I just try my best to keep it as it is. But I think we can test it afterwards after we make the whole thing. We actually just test it after we make the whole script ready. Okay. Okay, not bad actually. This not even so bad. I can go with this. Okay, so sometimes before Edge Smooth, I like to fuse my geometry. So fuse is basically like weld on Grasshopper, where it welds, some specific overlapping or very close sort of, mesh or polygon types. So in some cases it works, in some cases it won't work based on what your model is like. So in this case, it's pretty much it's messing a bit with the normals. You see, like some portions are like black and stuff. It's messing up with the geometry a bit. So in cases like this, let's avoid it as much as possible. So I think let's just use it smooth and not use the fuse. This is much better. Okay, so the next step is to have some thickness on this, because at the moment they're all they're all flat, and we need to use thickness. So the ones who don't have labs, which I think you should all have labs because you need edge smooth, there are two options to do this. One is the poly extrude, this node, and one is the labs thicken node. So both these things add thickness. The poly extrude in particular is good only because it basically has groups which we can output as back or sides. So if I put it over here, if I type extrude, so let me just see a portion and see how much I'm extruding. So at the moment the distance is 0. So let's again middle mouse click and go here and see how much you can change. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, let's go back to 0. Let's go all the way down and see how much change. So at the moment I'm changing a fair bit, like 0.00004. But you can see here that the only problem that this node does is it creates this very weird sort of extrusion sometimes, which we can fix by just changing the extrusion mode from primitive edge normal to point normal. And in most cases, it does the trick, but you may still have that issue of things. So that's why I prefer the thickened node if I don't have to deal with groups. Now, in this one, the cool thing is that you have these things, such as the front group, the back group, and the side group, meaning you can extract you can extract the groups based on the output. So this extruded face which I've made is going to be the extrude front. So it's going to be in its own group, and this sides, which are how much it is extruded. So this is going to be its own group, which if you click on output side and if you click on side group, you need to click all this to actually output these groups out. So if I have these groups selected, if I use a delete node, and if I go to group, and if I want to just see the sides, and here you go, you can actually see it's actually deleted at the moment because the operation selected is delete selected. But if you go to delete unselected, it's going to give us only the side group, which is which came out of the poly extrude output. Just a handy tool if in case you want to deal with groups when you extrude stuff. But in this case, I don't want to do that, so I just use a thicken. And by default, the depth is going to be really high because it's 0.1. So let's just go to 0.005. Let's see how much that is. I think that should be a lot as well. Okay, so this extrudes much better actually. Well, in most of the cases, but all these things which are overlapping, we fix them because soon I'll be introducing the PDBs, how PDBs are working. Okay, let's just go to 0.003, just a bit less. And by default, both directions is not selected. So by default, it's going to go, it's not going to go outwards, it's going to go inwards if my observation is correct. Yes, so it's going to go inwards the surfaces. So you need to make sure either you have both directions set or not. So if I go back to 0.002 and make it more small and just use both directions to create on both sides. So if you want that or not, it's up to you, but I tend to keep it both directions so that I don't need to worry about it. All right, so after this step, I want to introduce the magic, where all the magic happens, which is the ADBs. So if you just go to tab and write VDB, you see a whole bunch of options. So what VDB is, it's basically voxel based. So I mean, if you want to read more about it, you can just go to I think VDBs in Houdini. It's basically a voxel based operation, which basically converts your geometries into voxels. And VDBs are basically where you get all your organic shapes and various GUI forms. And for here you can read a lot about VDBs and stuff, and what the voxel sizes are and how they actually deal with it. But let's just go ahead and see how to do it in operation. So I have my polygon set, so I don't need to create a VDB from scratch. I just need to create a VDB from my predefined geometries, which I have. And also before you do VDB, just make sure you save your files, because sometimes it's a very heavy, it's a bit heavy in terms of, well, it all depends on the voxel size that you put, which I'll explain right now. So you have a predefined geometry and you need to do VDB from polygons. So this is going to take a pre-existing polygon to convert into VDB. So you can click this here, but don't click this yet, the blue one. We need to change a bit of the parameters and just make sure we have it to the max set, so that it doesn't calculate so long. It's always better to put the voxel size to the very max and then have it calculated fast, and then just keep reducing the voxel size to something as low as low. So let's try voxel size 1, and basically it's not killing anything. So let's go 0.5, anything, 0.1. Well, yeah, it is doing something. It is trying to voxelize everything. So I think we need to go more lower than 0.1. Let's go 0.05. Okay, it's getting there. Let's go 0.2. Right, so this is creating a bit of okay, 0.005. Well, if you go really low, just make sure you have a good CPU or a CPU, because I know that for some people 0.002 is just ridiculously low for some people. Right, so the next, so you can see over here that it's actually trying to make it as organic as it can from something like this, which is like very hard and very hard surfaced. This is like more, it's turning everything into a very organic sort of a thing. So what I want to do, I just wanted to reshape everything out, that I more or less get a very nice sort of a geometry out. So you can use a VDB reshape and put this here, and yeah, so if you go here, it's trying to clean everything as much as possible. the offset by default is 1. So you can play around with the offset. So if you go more high, it's going to just, inflate a lot. So it's good to just stay where it is, like around 1 to or 1 or 1.5, something like that. But if you go lower, it's going to try and decrease your polygons, which may cause a conflict between your resolution, which you will put. But and if you want to, so at the moment, all this is voxels, so it's not polygons. So we need to convert it back to polygons. So what we do is we use a VDB convert or convert VDB. The same thing. So delete one, and you put this here. You highlight it, and the convert to by default is going to be volume. So you need to change it to polygons. And basically, that's pretty much it. These are your polygons which you got from the VDB. So you can see a massive difference between this and this, which was very. And to get more resolution, you just need to keep playing around with this. So if I go to 0.001, it's gonna, so as low you get, the more low you get, the more resolution that you get on your geometry at the end. Right, so for this thing, I think I'll just stick this, but if you want to again smooth this out, you can also use another thing called VDB smooth, SDF, or the smooth, but you can use SDF. If you click on this, it's gonna smooth out the whole thing even more. So you can see how it's smoothing out the whole thing. It's fine. Yep. Okay. And convert it back. Now you have a more smooth version of your whole thing. Now, if you increase the thickness of this, you can also do that. It's a nice shape, actually. I like it. Okay. Right. So that's where we are. Okay, delete this. I'll put this here. I just need to arrange everything as close as possible. Okay, so here we have the most output one. This so you know that we took the delete from here, and we kind of made this whole thing. So I want to take this delete output again and work on the inverse, which is copy paste this and right delete selected. I want to work on this now. Like it's basically the same script, but I want to put the script in here as well. So I think I'll just copy paste the whole thing actually, and just copy paste it here and see how it looks. It's smooth. So just make sure everything is the same. The edge smooth parameters is the same for both, because only then it's going to attach itself much well with the other one. So let me see. So if I have a color here for this guy, just to differentiate between these two, I'm going to put a color in pink. Gosh, let me to save. So let's try this, and I'm going to merge this and this. See the outcome. Right. Okay. Good. Right, and now you have something very smooth and stuff, and you have two different geometries. If you want to somehow put some holes or stuff inside, you can do that as well. So there's a reshape which inflates. So it's like a sort of a hack which I found. I'm not sure if people actually do this or not, but so in the reshape, if you go to the operation dilute, instead of dilute, there's something called as the erode. So what dilute does, it basically inflates your thing more and more. It bloats it up, but erode actually deflates your model, so it goes more and more thinner. So to get some sort of holes and stuff over here, you can actually deflate the second layer, so it kind of has the holes. Actually, let's give it a try. Let's go to erode, and yeah, you can immediately sorry, you can immediately see if you erode it a lot, it's going to break up the resolution. So we need to find a balance between the reshape dilute and the reshape erode. So if I put my another reshape on top of this, and I have the dilute on, and at the bottom I have another reshape having the erode. Now I can control both these parameters as well. So I can deflate and inflate at the same time, making sure I don't lose resolution. Oh, then also we have the smooth, which gives it more, it breaks up the geometry even more. So these are all the things we need to keep into consideration, that everything is procedural, but we just need to find the right balance for everything. So in this it's not changed much. So let's sorry, hope I don't have COVID. Okay, so here I think so you can actually see there, there are holes being formed over here, which is successful, and you can try to change it more if you want, and you can increase the resolution. I think I'm going a bit overboard with this, but actually not, it works fine for me. So if I change it in one, it's better to change it in the other one as well. Or actually, let's just leave it. It's not actually looking very bad at the moment. So I can erode it much more. Let's try eroding it much more. Let's try it. I'm losing a lot of resolution, but I think something like this should be fine. Actually, let's work with smooth. Actually, smooth may actually, yeah, smooth is actually doing the trick. Yeah. Nice. Okay. I kind of like this. So we have both layers that we worked on, and we have like this very organic sort of a touch. Save it again, because I'm going to use the mountain soft now to see what's up with the other variations. So if I change the offset on the mountain soft, I should be able to get different results now. This could take a bit of time to calculate, but yep, there you go. So now you have a procedural also design with this sort of a organic, form. Yep. Yep, that's there. So now we have one entire script ready for the torso. So I'm going to just use a null and just be as organized as I could. Have it call it torso final piece. And okay, so at the end we have to do optimization as well. So I need to teach you guys that as well, because because at the moment, if you see the final geometry, if you select this, this has 636,000 primitives on this geometry, which is not at all possible to put it on Mixamo. I mean, it is, but it may take up to 4 to 5 hours to load or rig your character. So we need to optimize this as much as possible. For Mixamo, the one that I'm doing right now, I think we can take up to I'm saying for the whole character. So this is just for the torso. This for torso 636 is a lot. So for the whole character, we need up to around 450,000 works best. But I tend to give it around 400,000. So for me, it takes around 2 minutes to rig the whole thing. So yeah, 400,000 should be really good. You just need to keep that in mind, optimize it further. Okay, so coming back to the torso, so we have the torso. Oh, I mean, anyone has any doubts? I forgot to check the stuff. If anyone has any doubts or anything, you can probably pause, because after this it's just like applying this script to the other parts as well, and I'll be showing you another script which we can use side by side and change the patterns in all. So if there's any doubts, you can ask me now. No doubts. It's good. Right. So okay, let's move on to the head actually. We have the head piece. So I'm going to copy paste this whole thing, this whole script that we've made. So my motive is to use these two scripts. So this same script for the, so the head is going to be fixed. So I like to use this script for the head. And I'll be showing you another script which we'll be doing, which I'll be using for the arms and the legs, and possibly for the torso as well. I haven't checked. So we're going to make two scripts. The first one is already made, and I'm just applying that script to the other parts just to see how it looks. Head is okay. So after you copy pasted this script over here, closer to your head, just be sure to click to take this the head piece which we extracted and put it in the one over here. So this will be connected to the whole script. Okay. Okay. Let's go here and let's just see if it's working as planned for our entire head. So I think we need to change the parameters a lot over here. Or maybe not. Let's see. Okay, I think we do. Yeah, definitely we do. But it could have some interesting results actually. We go here and if we see what it's doing for the whole thing. Oh, okay. Think a bit. Yeah, we need to probably change a bit of the mountain. But before that, I just want to see how it looks as an end piece. Quite curious with this type of shape. Okay, well, not what I expected. But it works. So let's just change a bit of this mountain. Could we change the element size a lot? The amplitude is not working at all with this sort of a pace. You can also try different noise types if you want. Let's try what is alligator noise or sparse. You can check and try different ones and you can see what works best. So suppose, for example, the Berlin is really good for body shapes. It's going to change the whole silhouette of the head. I know that. And if I put the element size more down, you can see it's really changing a lot of stuff. So in this, you can actually see a lot of difference. So if I change the offset here with Berlin type, you can see there are so many different iterations of the heads which we can establish. Okay, let's see. Let's try playing with stuff. This maybe not so much. Let's leave it here and let's see. I mean, it should be much better than what it was previously. And I'll also, okay, I think in this one, what we need to do is we need to also, okay, so in some cases, okay, actually, this is also very cool. It's also a very cool trick, what I can teach you right now. How to delete these very small details, that are there. Because sometimes it causes a big issue when we use again, like you can see over here, we have these glitches. So it's better to, before we use Taken and stuff, it's better to just get rid of all these small things. So what I generally use is I use something called connectivity. And basically what connectivity does is basically reads all the primitives which are connected to each other and puts it into an attribute called as class attribute. So if I go here, you see that you have a new class attribute over here put. If I click on this, it's going to show you that it's calculated each and every piece into its own thing. So like how you have this purple piece as one class, you have this as one class, this as one class, and so on. This is really cool. The next node which I'm going to be using is the default measure node, which is there by which is there in Houdini. So we're going to be using the area, and basically what the whole idea is, we're going to be deleting the geometries based on the smallest area. Now, obviously, we have these small chunks as the smallest area, so we'll be basically deleting that off from our entire geometry. So that's the main idea. So we got our geometry. We are basically calculating the area of every geometry. And what we need to do here is instead of per element, we just need to use per piece. And by default, the piece attribute is going to be class itself. So just leave it as it is over here, unless you changed your connectivity attribute from class to something custom. So if you have, then you put the same name, like this same name to the same name with piece attribute. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So now if I go to area, well, won't be seeing a lot over here, but it's actually working. So, and again, let's use group expression. So a bit of Vex again. Sorry guys, but It's the only way I know how to do stuff at the moment. Right, so we have the area node in primitives, and this one is points. Okay, so in the in the geometry spreadsheet, if you go, you have four different types of spreadsheets. So by default, you have a points spreadsheet, which is basically going to give you all the point attributes that are there. So you have P, convexity, concavity, CD, class, and bone captures. So all this is going to be in the point attribute geometry spreadsheet, which is over here by default. What we need to do is we need to go to the area and see the area, which is in the primitive attributes. So I believe this one, third one should be the primitive attributes. And you'll basically be seeing areas over here of every geometry type. Well, it's some wacky sort of, values. It's not giving us really good values. So it's better to remap these values to 0 and 1. Let's just work with 0 and 1. It's much better in terms of Houdini scaling. So all these, I'm going to calculate the bounds, like how we use remap and grasshopper. Is basically doing the same thing over here as well. So let's go to scene view, and go to attribute remap right here. Just make sure in the attribute remap you have the class set to primitives. Yeah, I think it should work. So if you go here and you go here, you kind of original name area, yes. So the input min and the input max, we don't know. So we are asking Houdini to compute a range. So what it's doing is it's going to compute the range of the min and max. And what you need to do is just change the output of min and max to 0 and 1. It should work. I really hope it works. Let's again go back to geometry spreadsheet. And yeah, okay, it's good. I think it's worked. So if you highlight the measure here, it gave us all these weird sort of areas. But if you go to the attribute remap, it's remapped all the areas to 0 and 1. Similar thing we do in Grasshopper. Now it's really easy for us because we need to just group delete stuff based on 0 and 1s. So let's just go to group expression, and here let's type. So we need to input area. So at the rate area, we are calling that function. We're calling the area function, and we're telling it that we need it to be less than, so the area which is less than, let's say, 0.2, or let's get something very off over here. I think what we need to do is so at the moment it's not giving us font. We can just see what's there. Okay, so at the moment, so this is one funny piece. Class area. Okay, so the only problem that I'm facing is it is working, but it's not deleting it based on the pieces. It's actually taking each and every primitive as its own sort of a thing and deleting it over there. So just finding out what's the issue over there. I'm sure I pretty much got this, which is class, and you can We try. Let's try for this area and put it here. Okay. Okay, let me just, okay, so these are points. Okay, I think this is the issue. Uh, right. Okay, I think this has how to fix it. It is points. Yeah. Yeah, I think now I think yeah now it has fixed it. Now it's only going to select the groups which have those sort of, uh, yeah, okay, so the main issue I think was that, oh, let's change. Okay, so the connectivity type which we had in the class was on point. So we need to make sure we follow the same connectivity type on all the stuff as well. So even on the Azure, we need to change the element type to the points. But I think what makes more sense, we change it to primitives and change everything else to primitives as well. And basically then it's going to give us something. Yeah, this is much. Yep. Okay. So I'm going to compute range again, just to make sure it reads everything back. Yeah, okay, guys, so just change everything, the connectivity type to from points to primitives on your connectivity on your Azure as well, because we need to make sure we're actually putting each step in the same primitive type, which is primitives. So just make sure the class is always set to primitives in this case. And even on the group expression, we need to group primitives. So that's pretty much what the issue was. So now, okay, so let me just explain what I did over here. Let's just put the group expression again. Group expression. And we change the group type is going to be primitives. And what we do is we call the area and we say less than 0.5. So this is something that we manually put. But if you want it to be more procedural, you can add a slider over here, and basically, depending on the slider, we change the expression. So it's a bit confusing, but let's try. So we type ch. It's basically called a channel, if I remember it correctly. So you put ch, you're creating a channel, and you put f, you're creating a float channel. So we need points from 0 to 1, but float values, so we can change it very precisely. So I need chs, you put brackets, basically, then you put the what to keep forgetting this is like the double colon to quote something, and I would say enter let's try range, and again we close the quotations and close the bracket. And like how you have in every scripting language, as you end a sentence which is ended with a semicolon, and if you click enter, and if you click this over here to create, so now, so basically what the range was is just to show us the just it's just for display, basically just for us to keep in mind what we are changing. So now it's basically going to create a value from 0 to 1. So by default, Houdini creates sliders from 0 to 1. So that's why I told let's remap our the whole areas of our 248 pieces from 0 to 1. So it's very easy for us to control over here. And basically now I just basically delete all these bad broken up pieces out. So I've grouped them and I can use the delete command. So I change the group name again to say small pieces. I'm very bad at naming, I'm sorry. But yeah. So now I have successfully deleted all the pieces which were really bad. So all these pieces have now gone. And basically the same thing now I do is I put this back in. So this step I've created here is to fix small overlaps. And yeah, so from this we went to something like this, more cleaner, more nice. And then we use the same steps, you know, create this, and yeah, I think it should work now really well. Yeah, and here you have your head. And just like that, if I put the torso and the headpiece together, let's just merge both the outputs just to see. I think we'll need to move the headpiece a bit down because the chest is offsetted a bit. So I think we need to just move the headpiece a bit down. I think, yeah, you see, I had this issue. So I think we can use a transform. So this happens because we manipulated the mesh and we used reflections and stuff, so it got a bit smaller. We just need to make sure that everything is aligned. So if you put a transform after the headpiece, you can just go down and try to fix it. So based on your that you want, and basically this is your head and your torso. And if I change, let me just save it, cause telling me to save. And if I keep changing my offset now from here, I can get a lot of interesting variations for my head. I can control my torso however I want, and basically same for the arms and the legs. So here I got a different piece, as you can see. I just changing one iteration. Okay, I think we can take a small break now. Like if you guys want a break, yeah, I think we can take a small 5 to 10 minute break if it's not a problem. Mike, are you here? Okay. Yeah, guys, I think let's just take a break for 5 to 10 minutes. So what time is it right now? It's like, yeah, let's just meet here in, I don't know what time is it for you guys, but let's just meet here in like 10 minutes from now. Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you guys. If you have any doubts, you can ask in the chat and I'll just answer them while I'm having a coffee or something. Thank you. Hello. I think we can start now. It's already been 10 minutes, I guess. Is everyone here? Awesome. Okay, so guess we can continue. Let me just share my screen back. Okay. Right. So if you have any doubts, you can also ask me. Pretty filled out. No doubts up until now. That's kind of strange because I had a lot of doubts when I first started Houdini. Okay. So anyway, if no doubts, then all good. Right. So let's continue. So where did we stop? We stopped at, so we finished the head piece and the torso piece. Now the idea is to create two different patterns for the arms and the legs. So the first pattern which I'm going to be doing is the same one which I've made over here. But I think in this case, I'm just going to use the script that I had. Okay. So if you're copy pasting something, it's always good to copy paste something which you're not seeing. So I think my preview was on. So my preview was on the merge, and I copy pasted this thing. So this actually goes through like the merge. So I think it's always good if you're copy pasting a section. It's good to have your preview on something else and copy paste a script which is not executing. So it's going to copy much faster. It's just a small hack. Like the one, like for the previous one which I did, since the merge was selected, I copy pasted it. It took a good 5 to 6 seconds, and sometimes it even crashes based on all the functions that are there. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Okay, let's put this here, and let's go to the legs. And let me just see once whether everything works. If everything works, then I can show you the other script for the legs. Yes, this one is a bit off. Everything works, is pretty much working fine. And yeah, I wanted like these weird sort of legs because it's a spooky guy, so I don't want to. I just want to make sure that I don't have the legs as how we have, because he's sort of a creepy, spooky creature. So his proportions are going to be much different than what we have. That's my reasoning. Hopefully it's a good one. Anyway, so let's go back and let's put everything here, merge, and look at that, everything works well. Like so this is just how strong Houdini is, where you just have to make a script and just apply it to different paths, and you can get a lot of different results as quick. So one sec, I have my also need to change my naming at final legs final, which is over here. And before I put this in the merge, I want to create a different sort of I could say a style or a script. So let's again take the leg, take it out here. Let's take this. So let's do one thing. Let's Okay, so the next style which I'm going to go for is like lines. Like, it's more like pipelines and stuff. So it's a different sort of a style. So how I want to achieve that is, you use a scatter first. A scatter is basically, it scatters a lot of points on your geometry. So by default, it's going to scatter around 1000 total points on the geometry itself. So what we need to do is either think need around 200 is fine, but let's just move on and see. So the next one, what I'm going to do is I want to connect every neighboring points to each other. And what I want to do that, how I want to do that is I use connect adjacent pieces. And by default, it's going to show us an error over here. Let's read it. Invalid attribute specification, attribute name either not used or recognized. So this one, basically what the problem is, it's not reading, there's no attributes in the points yet. So we don't want to use attributes for this. So let's change the connection type from adjacent pieces from points to adjacent points. And basically it's going to create this sort of, a mess which you usually need to fix. So let's just sort this out. Okay, so connected pieces, let's decrease this so that, it only stays where we want it to stay. Yeah, so the maximum search points. So obviously, more search points you have, the more it's basically going to search more radius around. So at the moment it's n, so it's just going to talk itself to a very small portion of n, I think coordinates. But if you increase it, it's going to actually, if you go more higher than 10, it's just going to read each and everything and try to connect itself to every sort of points. So we're just going to make sure that we have this at a smaller range. And we have something like this, which is, it's cool. It's giving us a really cool sort of silhouette. Search radius can also change. So don't think anything. Yeah. So yeah, in this case, we just have to go more less. So I think we use is the middle mouse button and go to the most bottom one, and from there we go right or left, and based on that you can change how much is the density of the lines. So that's cool. Next, what I like to do is I want to basically convert this into surfaces or polygons. So a good thing is I use is the polywire. So Labs also has one, but I don't use that yet because the Labs, I think the only difference between this, the default one and the one by Labs is with Labs is going to give you a UV as well, but we don't really care about it at the moment, so we don't want to use this. So we're just going to use the default polywire. If you put it in, by default, the wire rate is going to be 0.1. It's going to be massive, as you can see. A nice mess, not mesh, mess. Need to reduce your range by a lot, I guess. So let's not go negative. Let's try to keep it, something like this. But at the same time, what I don't like is not really liking this whole thing. So in this, you can change a lot of stuff. Like you have, actually, even this is giving us UVs. Okay, let's delete the UV. So let's go to attribute delete again. And in what node is UV on is the vertex attribute. So you have the UVs in the vertex. Let's go to vertex and type UV. And let's delete that because I don't really want to see that. Right, so this one is going to be somewhere like this. How about, let me see if this works. I think this should work much better than. So you have another function called sweep. You can use sweep as well. Oh, okay, so I think I found. I use views, and so if you want to see the points or anything like any sort of information on your geometry, you can click any of these. For example, over here we have display points. Over here we have display normals. So if you click on this, it's going to basically just show you a display of the normals from your lines of the geometry that you have. If you want to display just the points, you can put this sphere sort of an icon, and it's basically just going to show you all points which are there on your geometry. I think the issue that we have at the moment is, I think, which I faced on the other one. Just quickly see that one was, so this script I made much before this workshop, and it was basically the same thing going here. Use polywire. Okay. Okay. Going back here, we just. So what I did was I'm trying to fuse every sort of points which are overlapping into one single straight line. But I don't think that's any difference. Yeah, I don't think this is working properly because everything is already joined. Really don't need this step at all. Just go back to the polywire and we use our trusted VDB again. So we use VDB for polygons, and 0.1 obviously, as you know, is very small. So something like 0.001 good for me. We have something like this, and the polyfire. Actually, let me try sweep. Yeah, because the good thing about sweep is if you use sweep and to get the sweep to work, you need to change the surface type to a round tube, or you can use the either one of these. But I think for us, the round tube is well enough. It's good. The good thing about sweep is you can actually change, a lot of the scale ramp from, being very constant to a section. So here you have the presets. So if I type L, and if I change this and this, it's going to change, Okay, the reason why it's not changing is we have very less polygons. But yeah, it's just good to know that it's good to use sweep always, because you can always change the scale along the curve. Like at the moment, if you see, well, in this case, I can't do it because it's just 1 point. But if you see over here, if I have something like this going on, so instead of it having thickness of, say x is going to be probably x by 2 over here, having, it's just going to be something like this. So yeah, it's a good thing to keep in mind. I always do that. But in this case, I don't think we need it, so it's fine. So I can just go to reshape again and reshape some of the stuff that I'm having here. Go to smooth SPF. So it is giving us this. So let's try to increase the smooth. And also, you can also play around with the operation of the smooth. So at the moment it's mean. If you want to go a bit extreme, you can use the Gaussian. But in that case, you'll have to, play around a lot with the reshape. But I think Gaussian gives more better results. As you can see, it really follows a very organic sort of style, I could say. And yeah, so let's not use polywire then, let's just use sweep for now. And the end we use a VDB convert polygons. Nice. So this is a very short one, but a really good and effective one, I feel. And let's try it. Let's see what I have here. Something like this, and here I have something like this. Cool. Okay. Let's try to use same method. Okay, so if you want this to be symmetrical, all you have to do is go to symmetrize. And again, because by default, it's going to follow the wrong axis. And so we just click on 1 and 0. It's going to give us a nice symmetrical form. Okay. That is if you want it or not. Another cool one is the switch. So if you want something, so you can have an option if you want it to be either, you just create either symmetrical or not. And basically you put this one, which is not symmetrical, and you put this one, which is symmetrical, into this switch. And what it's going to do is, if you put 0, if you highlight this, 0 is going to be the first one that you put. So in our case, it's going to be the non-symmetrical one. And if you have 1, it's going to change it and code it to symmetrical. Yeah, as you can see. Yep, it's just a good trick. And then I think at the end we use a null again to have our like option 2. And here we can say option 1. Just put this into a group. Say like option 2. Right. Okay. And here as well, I want to put another switch. So I switch between option 1 and option 2. And here I say like options. So if I have 0, I use option 1. And if I have 1, I use option 2, which I made. So it's easier to, it's very organized if you have it this way, if you make use of switches and if you have a different style going on. I think if you merge everything, what a save. Well, hopefully it works. Yeah, I don't want to redo everything again. Right. Yep. I think the final leg piece we'll have to change, or and we have to move it up, I guess. So let's go to leg options and try to move this piece up. We just have to do this once because everything else going to follow it as it should. Aye. Okay. At the end, we'll be smoothing all this out, so we don't really need to worry about it connecting or not. It's fine. So you have different options here, and if we go to offset here, let's see how the legs change. Quite curious. Yes. Did it change? I didn't feel. Yeah, I mean, if you have a fast PC, then it's going to be much faster. But yeah, I have a bit of a slow one. It's going to take a bit of a while. Okay, it does work, so that's good. I think we can go to the final piece, finally, which is the arms. And I'm just going to copy paste these two scripts which I've made for just making sure that I highlight some other node and then copy pasting the script which is not working. Okay, so let me just have this. Right, so just to be a bit more organized. So the pink is going to be for our arms. I feel in this, the second option may look really cool. Yeah, like, already see that it's looking very, very cool. So let me just try to quickly use a script for a switch, I mean. And yeah, just go here, or let's just save this. And go to, we need to change even this as well. But yeah, you get the point. This, yeah, this is a very weird sort of character, but it's nice. I mean, we have different options, so it's all good. So let's just save once again and just combine everything to see how they look. Because the next stage, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be optimizing this whole thing. So yeah, that's going to be really a pain. Okay, we need to fix, well, we need to fix the portions of this, but I think if we use the first one, it makes more sense. Yeah, something very weird. Okay. So finally, I think we have all pieces. I just want to make sure that my arms are a bit bigger. Let me just see how I could do that. Probably with the reshape. I can just, make it a bit bigger. Just enable 5. But just make sure that once you reshape one layer a little more bigger, you're just going to hide the other layer, which is inside as well. Just keep that in mind. In my case, I don't really mind because you already have a lot of details of the other pieces. Let's just see different sort of outputs. Not bad. So yeah, as you can see, you have now a lot to play with, a lot to test out different variations. Cool. So yeah, I think this one looking better. I think it has a bit more exposure on it. Yeah, so let's go here and go to this. Yeah, it's looking much better. The legs, I want it to be small. I want this guy to be very disproportionate from us. Right. Okay, so I think the next stage, if no one has any doubts or anything here, I think the next stage is pretty much the optimization stage, because right now our model is primitives around 1 mil at 807,000, which is a lot. So we really need to now optimize the script a bit, which is a bit annoying, but it is what it is. Okay, so let's first make sure we have all the layers in groups of its own. That's very, very important, both for Mixamo and for optimization. So let's go back to our layer one by one and let's see them. So for this piece, we have the head. We have 2 different layers, this piece, as we discussed, which is the outer layer and the inner layer. So let's group each of these. So let's just add a group component before we merge everything into the final head. Let's just group everything. I would say headcare 1. Sorry about the names again, very bad. And just copy paste that and put that in the second layer, call it headcare 2. Okay. Immediately, if you go to the merge, then after you merge these both, you should be able to see that you have these primitive groups as headcare 1 and headcare 2. And these, I assume, are the polycounts of each them. Yeah, okay. So these are the polycounts of each group. So you have all the information here. Just make sure that after every merge, you have the groups as you have introduced them before merge. So for legs, I would say I would again group them. The legs again have 2 different pieces. So I would say to improve on my names, I'm sorry. Leg 1, leg 2, and just making sure my leg pieces are there. Leg 1, leg 2. And in this, I need to optimize a lot, as you can see, because this is like 349 for just one leg. But anyway, we can do that later. Just for now, just focus on creating. If this is okay, so we're not using this, but if you want to use this, you can use this itself. Just showed you another way of having a very different character. In our case, we're going to be just this one. So let's group it before the merge node. And say card. To and yeah, we have it merge, and I think this one is option. Save everything. Right. So now find this is the torso. We have group again. Torso layer 1 and torso layer 2. So now that we have everything in groups, once you merge everything, you should be seeing all the groups, which is arm 1, arm 2, head gear, legs, torsos, all good. Yep, seems good. Right, so select. So at the moment, we have 1,800,000. So we need to, again, let's put this here. Actually, let's bring in a null again. And I don't know why, but I use hack for optimization. I don't know, it's just a color code which I set in my own brain. So I know that what layer is in. Let's go down. Right, so this is just to keep everything organized. So this script is going to be the modeling. Now this script over here is going to be optimization. Then we have the export. So just to keep everything paired and stuff. It's very good to follow all this. Keep this here. Bit OCD as well. Okay, so right. So you have these layers here. Now what I want to do is I want to blast out each layer separately. So I'm going to blast out everything separately now. So I'm going to start off the arms, delete not selected, copy paste arms 2, and again I'm going to use a blast here. So we have the arms done. Now we're going for the heads. So I'm going to take my head one layer out, head second layer out, and going to the legs. Then take my leg piece out, take my leg piece, take my leg 2, and take my torso layers out as well. Okay, so here are all my layers in different sort of things. Now there are many ways to optimize, and I think what because of what we are doing, I think the best way is to do it the easiest way or the quickest way, because we're just going to be rendering it, and that's pretty much it. So I think what there's a node called poly reduce, which works very well to reduce the poly count of your entire geometry. So the good thing about this is it also maintains it. It basically tries to maintain as much as possible the shape of your entire geometry, but it just kills off all these extra overpopulated polygons on the geometry. So if you click this, you can see over here what I usually play around is just this thing, the percentage to keep. So by default, it's going to be 100%, means it's not going to change anything. It's going to keep 100% of the geometry, which it's basically been given in the input. So let's test this out. So by default, we have 169,000 for just the arm 1. if I change the poly reduce to say 50, now here you can see it's keeping the whole shape same, but it's reducing the polygon by a lot. The only thing is that we could get triangulated polygons as well. But I think for our case, it's fine because it's just, we're going to be rendering it on KeyShot. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And you can really go really low. So if you want 25%, it's going to go really low and change your polygon by a lot. So you can actually see this is the original. This is a poly count reduced. There is a bit of a resolution loss if you go 25%, but it's highly up to you. So it's better to just control it as much as possible. So at the moment now it's like 59,000 for the layer 1 compared to 169,000 that we had for the the one that we had made. So we can just use this. I think this is more than fine. Let's copy paste this and try and see whether this same 35% works on this layer as well. So in this layer we have 155,000, which we need to reduce as well. And let's see how it is. So not bad. I would say it is good, not so bad. And basically, once you're done with this, you can just, again, merge these two back and see if everything is fine. I feel it's fine. You're not getting any weird sort of geometry losses or anything. So I think it's pretty well done. And we actually managed to reduce it to 130,000, which I think should be good. Okay, so for this one, we do the same thing. Let's copy paste this and reduce this simultaneously both together. So let's straight away go to the merge node. This one, it's around 86,000. Okay. I think we can go a bit more further, but I just want to see how much I have after I've optimized all of them. Because I'm sure that it's not going to be so much. What's this? Legs. So I have 200,000. Okay, this is a bit overdone. And the torso is also a big issue for us, which I feel. So I think even this one is 200,000. Okay, so we really need to fix all this. Okay, let's start with the legs. What is this percentage? 122,000, and even this one is 86,000. Let's add another poly reduce here. Let's do 50% this time. And I'm adding it after I've already reduced it by 35%. So just keep that in mind. So now this is 61,000, and this also I think can go more further and make it 43,000. 104, it's fine. I just see now. So after you've done everything, we just merge everything back in and see what is the total count. It's 500, and we need to get it to around 450 to 400, which I was mentioning to you. Though I feel it could work. I mean, let's try it out. Why not? Okay, so after you merge everything, just make sure you have all the groups, which is very, very important because we need them for a KeyShot. But just to be safe, I just want to use the same thing over here as well. So let me use it for the torso as well. So I'm going to be doing another 50% reduction on the torsos. And here I'll be doing this, and now it should be 416,000, which should be good. And the geometry doesn't look really bad at all. Okay. So I think we're good now. We have pretty much finished a very simple optimization phase as well. So let's just put everything here black and say optimization. Okay, now so I think we're almost done the whole thing. We just need to export this whole thing. So there are two ways to export. One is you can either just add another file component and click this here and change the file mode from read to write files, and basically the geometry file you can place it wherever you want. And after you have placed it, suppose I'm placing it over here, and I'm just going to write testing, and at the end you just need to type the file extension as .obj. It's very important. So and then click accept, and it should be your file, like your file name should appear over here. And the way you want to make this work is you just have to highlight this as blue, and it's going to read the whole file into that folder which you have put over here. So this is one way. The other way is a very simple way where you just click the merge. You right click, merge, go to save, and you go to geometry. And I want to save it in the same position. So let's say clean character.obj. Just click accept, and it's basically gonna shoot it out in your folder, which is over here. 20 MB, not bad. Okay, so I think what we really need is, the next step is going back to Mixamo, right? I suggest you guys that if you want to upload your character, you need to do it with the base mesh. What I mean by that is, do you remember the base mesh which we had over here? This one, which you started off with? Include this base mesh with your final character as the output, and it's going to give you a much better result. Because if you just try to upload this character to Mixamo, so Mixamo will read all these holes, and it's basically not going to work properly, and it's just going to give you an error. So to avoid all this, I usually just merge everything with the base mesh, and I basically group the base mesh into its own sort of a group. So when I take it to KeyShot, I can just delete that base mesh which I have. For example, okay, so we need to even scale everything back to our original base geometry that we have, because at the very beginning we kind of scale everything to the cube, and that's where now after doing everything I want to scale everything back to my original size which I have. So I type match scale, which we used, sorry, match size, same function that we used. We in the second input, I'm going to use a reference as my base geometry, which I had from the file. And basically now if I turn on the purple here and I turn on the blue here, you can see that, at the moment, it's basically attaching itself to the bounding box Android, but it's not scaling it. So you need to type in again scale to fit. And now it's basically the same size as our base mesh was from Mixamo. And this, I think, should be done at the end always before you export. Otherwise, your geometries is going to be like super small. And that's the issue I think I faced when I first was doing everything. Okay, so let's also bring in this base geometry, which I want to group. I use this one for this. Why not? Right, so here I'm bringing it here. So I have my base geo, and this one I'm going to group into its own group, like how I was discussing. So here, I'm going to just for my own sake, I'm going to tell myself delete this body. So I'm going to name a group, naming it delete this body, so that I know that I need to delete this body when I'm in KeyShot. And before that, I just want to check whether the primitive count is not a lot. So yeah, it's fine. I think it'll do well. And basically then I just type merge, and I merge my updated scaled model with my base body. I think this one is just attribute delete the V's as well. And I think the color is annoying. Right, okay, so now we have an overlapped model, which is fine. We just need it for Mixamo to rig everything. I think it should be fine. Let's just rename it again to our initial thing. And yeah, it's saved. Our final thing can be this. Save. Okay, let's go back to Mixamo. So I want to go back. I want to go to, okay, so you have this screen which I was showing you guys at the very beginning. You need to go to upload character on the right hand side, and you have these two things open. Just type over here, select character file. Then I think you can Control C wherever you have saved your file. Oh, it's away. My bad. And this, why is 80 MB for now? But let's see. Okay, that's really weird. Don't think it should be 80 MB or 46. But then yeah, basically after you upload, it's basically going to, calculate everything. It's going to calculate joints and stuff. It's going to read your geometry first, and then it's going to ask you where you want to place your joints. And basically I'll show you once this is done. But if you guys have any questions, let me just see chat questions. Yeah, this may take a while, depending on how heavy your files are. So That's why I really propose to keep your files less always whenever you want to take it back to Mixamo, because the maximum I would say is like 40 to 45 MB files, because then it goes much faster. And I think the resolution on those files is not even that bad. It's very, very good for rendering purposes. Cache is taking a lot of time. I need to fix this. I think this body I need to poly reduce further. This is creating a big issue. Let's say 25%. Yep. 422%, and let's save it back. I think because I've scaled it, so it has increased. Okay, but let's just leave it as it is now. I'm gonna mess around more. Okay, guys, we all reached like up until here, or are you guys lagging behind somewhere in some part which you need me to explain more, or it's all good? I'm guessing all good then. Okay, I think after we have done this rigging, I need to show you two ways to take your rigged models to Houdini. Now, because I have the indie version, I think I have the FPX character import. Yeah, I mean, you can, I don't think you can, design, well, we can design a specific character, but it's just going to take way longer time because we need to actually break down the model into very different, parts. So say if I have cubes over here in this portion, I'll need to, extract this portion and work on this specific portion. But if you want like, specific stuff, then yeah, then it's much better. So this tool is, I would say it's much better for just procedural design, but I'm not sure if you've seen Ike's files, which he has made. It's like very, very detailed and very, very intricate. I'm not sure if I should sponsor that, Mike.
Yeah, you can show it now.
Yeah, because I just want to show you some amazing stuff that goes on there.
Or I can just put a link.
Are you sending a link, or I don't know? I can just open Instagram.
Yeah, I'll just put a link in the chat.
yeah, like something like this, like so we have like different sort of sub panels and stuff going on in every part. So uh well, I know this took way long time to make, like it's a huge script, but if you want to achieve specific characters, it's just that you need to script a lot. Like you really need to break down the character into like different portions. But for something like this, it's really good if you just break it into 4 different types of portions and just do procedurally change them. Which would you use then, Maya or Houdini? Well, I can show both. Let me just see if this is done. Mixamo. A while. Let me see if I can do it for. Let's just leave it. I do have it made for another sort of character, but I think we're almost there, so it's fine. Yeah, it's really it's a very cool Houdini. Like I think I just got into it like few months back, and yeah, I find it very useful and very efficient to make a lot of stuff procedurally. But Mixamo needs to fix. Mixamo needs to fix that. I've heard that there's some I think the next types they could include think for the animals. I think that type is going to come in soon. So I'm not sure how true it is, but they are improving. So I think we have time. We have like 45 minutes if I'm not wrong left. 5 minutes, or how long do we have left? I forgot.
Hour and 15 technically.
Okay, an hour and 50. Yeah, I mean, I could then show some of the brush as well. How we could create those very cool sort of shapes. So almost done. Yeah, so I would just suggest that keep your file sizes to around 40 MB. So I think in my case, why it increased to 80 MB was because I matched the scale to the original base mesh. So that's the only reason why the file size increased, which is understandable. But yeah, if you want it to be more or less, you can just reduce the scale of your overall model, which I should have done. My bad. Okay. So I was saying for the animation, so I'm just going to go back, like, so this entire script is going to be inside our Halloween character, which we had made right in the beginning, a node. So this node is going to, contain our character. And just like this, we can create how many ever, nodes we want, and we can like, explore different characters in it. So for example, I had this made as well before. Let me just save it so I can view it. So I just, did the same thing all over again and made something like this. So, so here you can have different characters in different containers. Well, I didn't match the scale to the base mesh yet, but you kind of get the workflow. So one is here, and I think I'll have another node, another geometry node, which I'm going to color green for character animation code. So essentially, the files that are going to come out from this is going to, be imported in this node, which if I go in is empty at the moment. So just waiting for to process. And it. So I'll just stop sharing for one second to see that. I mean, if this takes a lot of time, then I would suggest everyone to just not do this. Let's not use math size, so that like your files are like 22 MB, which is perfect for Mixamo. But if you're bringing in the base mesh, you need to match its size to the model that we have made. So let me just give it 2-3 minutes more. If not, if it doesn't come out well, then yeah, just do that really quick, because that takes around 2 minutes to make. Or let's do it now. Fine. Right, so we have this one which is scaled down, and if you want to match size, okay, so if you want to disable a particular node, you can just highlight it and just click the yellowish sort of an icon, which is called bypass. So when it's going to go to the next node, it's not going to function this node at all. So essentially, the thing that's happening is merge is going to this merge, and this is not taken into consideration because I passed it. I just need to make sure that the math size of this guy is pretty much the same as my model guy, which I have here. So let's now see. My math size here. Weird. Okay. Try. Produce. Oh, okay. So we don't really need this. I think we can just do it without this guy and just use and access a line. Pretty much the same thing that we were doing at the beginning, because at the very beginning we used add size with the default cube, which was over here, which is used to default cube. And that's the same thing we're going to be doing for the base geometry here as well. As pretty much this one could have just used this one. But okay, so we have this, and we will be using this just in case Mixamo doesn't work. So I went chapter 1. Right. So this one, I would say, is odds 55 for some reason. I'm just very okay. So character 2 is 20 MB. So essentially, what the problem is, this is the main problem. The base mesh really shouldn't be there. But it's taking too long. Okay, let's just go back and try to fix the issue here. Let's try to import this first and see whether this works. Let's, can I use it in another tab? Just checking. Right, so I'm going to test it out first without the base mesh, and here you can actually see it's going really fast. Like the upload is going very, very fast. So there was something wrong with the base mesh, which we had. I'm not sure what it was, but let me see if I had the same issue here. This one was same guy, but this guy was the same guy, but it shouldn't, it wasn't 83 MB if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's 17 MB. That's very weird. Okay, so this is almost done. So I'll just show you really quick what happens after this, because we need to assign different joints to the body. We need to make sure that's fine. I guess this is done. Both are uploading. Oh. But now I'm not sure whether it's my internet or it's it me. Need to fix this somehow. Have you guys tried it out? Like, has it rigged really quick on yours? Because I'm sure this doesn't take so long. Let's see what can I do here. I've used this mesh. Yeah, I haven't even looked into this. Yeah, that's super weird. Just try taking this mesh from here and merging it with this. Just delete this and this is very, very weird. What is happening? Drawing this. Right, how much is this? 88,000, which is fastest. I'm sure there's some trick. There's something that's happening because everything else is pretty much the same. Haven't changed anything else. So in the attribute delete, the only thing what I've done in which could be is so instead of deleting only these things, I've deleted everything, like all the primitives from Mixamo. I have deleted that, so that's one thing which I've done. So let's try to do that and see whether that works. That should work, I feel. So an easy way to select everything one by one is just clicking this and the asterisk symbol. I think it's called the asterisk. I'm not sure. Just click on just type asterisk and click enter. Means it's going to select everything in that, like both the position and the bone capture, and it's going to delete it. Same thing we're going to do for this. So I'm going to use the asterisk for all, and that's pretty much what I did. That's the only difference I feel I've done for both of them. And now if we go to, okay, it's going to calculate everything up. Yeah, so if you have changed the base mesh on top, and if you go to the merge, it's going to calculate each and every the whole script in between from the very start. So this may take a while as well. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but yeah, it is how this works at the end. At the end, it gets very like we need to wait a lot at the end, because if we change one specific parameter from the beginning of the script, it basically reads everything else, and yeah, so that may take a while. Yeah, I mean, if you guys have any questions, again, I mean, I'm free now, as you can see, to answer any of them. Let me just show you the one that I had previously after I've deleted all the attributes. So the one that I had previously was this guy, I think, which is the drunk walk, no character test. So I think this one is the same character, but I deleted all the attributes. And I just want to check how is this working. Okay, yeah, so here we have it. Let me just save this and see if this is working fine. Okay, perfect. I think, yeah, I think the problem was the attributes that we had for Mixamo. So yeah, I think the fix is just to, delete every attribute that you got from Mixamo and then work your way after that. Because I think the attributes are taking a lot of memory, though I'm not sure why. Because I think because of the repos it has, the bone captures. So that may take, so just delete all of that and we need to, rig it from scratch anyway. This thing should be fixed. So let's just go back to character 5, I think, the guy that we made. So this is a horrible naming conventions I have. Yeah. Okay, this should work, hopefully. So things to keep in mind. One thing is to delete all the attributes that you got from the base mesh from Mixamo. Second thing is when you export everything, uh, export it with the base mesh that you have from Mixamo as a separate group. So you can delete that group later on in either Houdini or any other software which you're importing the animation in. And yeah, I mean, this should work, I feel. This may take max, I think, 1 minute. Anytime, anytime now. Yeah, this shouldn't really take so long. I mean, has anyone reached this step? Like, has anyone finished this step? Because I feel it's my internet that's quite slow at the moment. I just hope it's working for anyone who has reached here. Yeah, but I'm not so sure why this is taking super long. usually it does the trick in like 2 to 3 minutes. You should have a baked model by now. Okay. Well, worst case, I think you guys have to, but it's quite simple. It's just processing to upload the model, and then you'll have to fix your joints. It's going to basically ask you for, where is your neck piece, where is your groin, and your knees, your wrists. You just have to place the markers over there, and I think that's pretty much it. And then after that, it's going to rig everything for you. And after that, it'll be showing up over here in this preview at the back, and you can select each and any animation that you have for that particular rig. I know I have.
Maybe just reduce it a lot more for the sake of the webinar.
Yeah.
Or use a simpler model just to show the rigging and then.
Yeah, I mean, I know I have different sort of yeah, so I have all these idols, so I think we can test a few, or I think I can just export it from the other file. So this one was working fine. I think we can just save this to, yeah, the naming is quite bad. But yeah, let's just stop this where it is. Let's go delete all the other things that we need. So Mixamo. Yeah, I mean, it is quite slow, the site for me. I mean, I don't know what's up. So let's try it one more time. Because I'm sure this one works, because I was rigging this right before the webinar. So I know that this file works properly. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so this should work. This is a bit faster. That is so good. I don't know what's happening.
I think let's just move on from it with maybe just show it a simple model or something.
Yeah, I mean, I do have an PX of rigged one. I think I can. Okay, so sorry about that, guys, but I'm just going to leave it as it is for now and just move on with the FPX that I have. So, okay, I think for Houdini Indie, you have the FPX character import. So, so this is really cool where we can actually just import the FPX from Mixamo straight into Houdini. Apprentice, I think you just need to deal with OBJs, but I think the hack for that is you can do it in Maya. So you can open Maya and just import the FPX with the animation, and you should be able to get over there. And this is just for the ones who don't have Indie. But if you have Indie, then you're pretty much good. So I think I can probably, let's just go with the ones that I have. So yeah, you have a lot of different ones I've tried. Was let's try oak handle. Right. So in this one, what you need to do is you need to click on, over here in the FPX file and the animation FPX file. Now, from Mixamo, you have both of them in the same file. So you need to just, import the same file in these two. And you should be able to get this as a repos. But I had an animation. So I think the next one we need to do is use the bone tree form so that it reads the animation and it highlights it over here. So in this, just input all the three parameters inside the input of the bone tree form, and it's basically going to give you something like this. So so yeah, so this was pretty much what I had. So not sure why is happening, but I think yeah. Okay, so let me try some other model, something which is very close to what I made. I think let me just give me a sec. Okay, I think this is the one. Walk was the one. So there was an animation called drunk walk. I put that animation in. So that's the animation here. And so here you can see I have all the layers with the base mesh here. And here, if you see, it's animating how it is. Basically, you can stop it at any keyframe that you want, that you think will look good as a pose. So I don't know. I mean, just for the tutorial's sake, this is fine. Here you can see that if you use the last, and if you go here in the groups, you will see I had everything into some groups. And for the body, I just want to delete the body base. And here you can see it's pretty much same model that we have. And I think just for the hands, I use the option 2 for the hands, which I made. So that's there. Right, so I think now how does the program detect the joins we made? Well, that's in the next step. Like after it uploads, we need to manually you know mark the like the wrists. I think we have the wrists, we have the knees, we have chin, and I think we have groin. So these four things we need to mark inside our thing, and it basically just rigs the entire character for us. Yeah. Yep. Oh man, yeah. Thanks, Mike. I think it's one. I think yeah. Let me just quickly go through this because it's going to be a big problem, I think. But yeah, just go here. Skip trial. Yeah. Okay. So if you see it over here, he's loading the character. That's fine. Okay. So I think all the way at the back over here. Yeah. So after this step, after it finishes coding, it is going to give you something like this of your character. And basically it has these things which you need to drag and drop on the thing. Like for the chin, he's like dragged it from here and dropped it over here based on where his chin is. And basically he's doing that for all other uh, things. And yeah, and the groin's there, and he just presses next, and it basically rigs everything for him. And then here is his rig thing. You just put next, and your 3D model is next. You see, you click next, and then now we can, click any of these animations as you have, and you can change it over here with your model. So that's how Mixamo works. Then after you're done, you can just press on the download over here. And yeah, that's it. I'm sorry I couldn't show it to you guys, but hope you understand. Yeah, okay, so on there, we have this, and I think now what's good to say is we could just you know I just wanted to make sure that my everything is here. Let me just try. I've never tried it. I just had an idea of what happens if I subdivide the whole thing. Because now that I have my keyframe fixed and everything, let me just see. So what happens if I subdivide and just add a bit of more resolution on the model. So let me try this. I think I'm going way overboard, but yeah, okay, not bad. So I think why I'm doing this is because we go take it to ZBrush, and we need absolutely how much ever poly count as we can to actually add more, more details on this. So it's just a trick which I just figured out right now while teaching. So let's just go back to put yes, in this case I'm using the file just to see if it works. Character final. I think we all write this somewhere in our lives. Final. Okay. Well, it is going to be heavy now because now we have increased the subdivide count to 3 times. So now it's not going to be the it's going to be like a 4 mil model, but I think it's only good. So a 4 mil high count, like a high poly model is only good for rendering. It's not good for games. It's not good for, putting this into games and playing it. It's, I think, only good for having a render or taking it into ZBrush. I think before ZBrush, before the for the webinar ends, I think I can quickly show you KeyShot before ZBrush. So I don't want to skip that main thing. So we just again close this for ZBrush. Let's just go back to KeyShot. Right, let's go shot. Let me see if that big thing is fit yet or not. Okay, there's some weird issue I'm having. Yeah, so basically you will have your character here. Basically, you have to drag and drop the chin, the wrists, wherever they are. I'm not sure why it's not showing these. But yeah, the knees are going to be here and they're going to be here as far as I remember. And then you just have to click next. Yeah, I need to see what's the issue with this. But anyway, going to KeyShot, it's okay. So people who have not used KeyShot, I'm just going to quickly show you what it does. So what happens over here? So in KeyShot, if you have it open, you have on the left, you have all your presets like your materials, your colors, your textures, your environments, and your backgrounds as a preset. You have, sorry, need to close this. Yeah, so you have at the bottom left, you have a cloud library, which I think you can use without signing in. I use it without signing in. I think I'm not logged in and I can still use it. But if you want, you can sign in. And here it's going to give you a whole bunch of different materials and also textures and backgrounds, which you can download instantly inside a model itself. So that's the cloud library. Here at the bottom, you have animation and the important stuff. This animation is I don't know or think that it works on custom animations. I think it only works on these animations that it has fixed. So like the turntable and the path and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm not sure if it works on custom animation which we have built. And here at the right is going to be all our properties and stuff which we'll be messing around in the interface. Here, if you have a strong GPU, you can go to GPU mode. If not, then you can just stick to CPU mode. And other than that, I don't think you need to care about anything else. So yeah, you can go to import, view, output, mesh. Right. So okay, I'm not going to texture this entirely because maybe I should. Okay, so let's go here. And so now if you go to the scene, you will see under the model set, you have your character file. But in this, if you have grouped everything properly, you can just click on the plus sign and at the moment you can see that there is some issue with my file because I haven't grouped it properly here and it's causing not all the groups to appear on the file itself. So I think what I can do is again go back here and just, this is just a hack I do is I usually I take everything back and I group them. So in this case, it's going to be this one. So because you see over here, there's no groups at the moment, but it is actually having groups, but for some reason it's not showing. So if you have that same issue, it's just blast everything again and group everything back, and then you export it after that. Well, this happens just sometimes, not a lot of times, so that's fine. I'm just shocked that everything which I didn't expect is happening right now. But it's good to know all the tricks and hacks. We have the torso, and we have the torso too. Right. Nice. So so before this, I'm going to use something called as the group delete. And if there is any other glitchy groups which I have from Mixamo, I want to delete them by just going on the asterisk and clicking here, and it's going to delete all the groups before, and then having it as one clean group called one. Same thing I'm going to do for all these, where it's going to be two. Here it's going to be phase one, and it's going to be phase two. And here we have leg one and leg two. Right. Good. And now I'm just going to merge everything again. Now you should have all the groups in a merge component scene. So you just need to make sure you always have it in the information panel like these. So you have everything over here. And this time I'm just going to quickly save it to whatever file output I have. Yeah, I'm quite bad at naming files. I just realized that. Right. It's taking a bit long because we subdivided it. So it's a very high poly count sort of mesh going on. Yep, done. Okay, let's delete this from the model set, and let's import our second. Let's try it out second time. Delete this. Okay, so yeah, there you go. So if you have all the groups set properly, you should be able to have all your groups over here now. So cool trick which I've learned from Mike recently is, so if you go to the render and you go to the render over here, this is where you output everything. Just wanted to show you really quick. So by default, you have the resolution to around 1227 by 1178, and we just like to always double the resolution That's how I like to do it now. And just in the quality, you just, I think by default, you'll have around 32 or 64, but you can keep increasing this all the way up to 256, and basically you just have a more higher res image. So I'm using 128 for now, and I'm using my GPU mode. So it takes like around 1 minute to, export the whole scene. I've got like 3080 Ti RTX. So yeah, it's gonna take, really short time if we use that. Right, so let's just go here. Okay, let's first of all, I don't like the gradient which I have at the background. I'm sure none of us like that. So we tend to go to the right corner and go to the environment tab. We go to the background. Instead of lighting environment, I'm going to use color. And use the color all the way down to black. I just like to use black as of now so that I can see more. For the shadows at the moment, is using an HDRI, a default HDRI for the shadows. So instead of going to settings and doing it from here, you can either do this, or you can go to the HDRI editor and go to tilt and rotation. So here you can see your shadows keep changing according to where the HDRI is. But I think what we need to do is we need to go here to the library that we have from KeyShot. We go to the environment, and basically these are some of the presets that are available for us. Now, if we drag and drop this here, the color is not going to change at the background because we have already set the background color to color. But if you set it to a lighting environment or backlit image, this entire thing will change to your HDRI image. So just keep that in mind if you want your HDRI to be shown at the back. But for this, webinar, we're just going to be keeping it plain black. You can just, okay, so if you left click and hold, you can move around, and I think you've already got this by now. Okay, so here I think we can test a few over here, which is the environment ones. Some of them really give really nice sort of shadows and stuff. So for example, this one is pretty cool. If you change the rotation, you can see how you can get a lot of cool results. And if you want to change with the brightness or the contrast of the HDR, you can do it from here, the panel above. So you can either make it more bright or make it more dark, depending on your theme. Change the contrast. That's a lot. So, yep. So that's pretty much, it's all basically up to you how you want to deal with this. Here we have another one, which is the colorize and blur, which I don't really use a lot because I don't see the point of using these when you have an HDRI yourself. Now another one is you can add additional heights if you want from here. So under the HDRI editor, you have the background image, which is at the moment casting all the lights. You can also add in something called as a pin or gradient pins or image pins. The one I use only is the add pin. So what if you click on this add pin is basically going to give you a pin which you can move around inside the HDR, and it's basically because it's going to height up that specific zone. So it kind of like works like how do you call it? It kind of like works like point lights like in Arnold or Unreal Engine point lights. So it kind of works similar to that, where it just highlights a specific point of the environment. And if you have this selected, you can instead you can just click on your object here that you've seen, and basically wherever you click on your thing is going to move the pin. Think the reason why we can't see it so much is because the brightness of the background is a lot. So if we say if we reduce the background to say this much, and this is just to show you guys that pin actually is there. I'm going to be putting the pin here and here. So here you can actually see it actually working. So if I change the pin from here itself, I can see how my entire mood and pin changes. So it's really cool for something very dramatic, like how we have something like this over here and put the radius a bit high. Cool. So the background, I think you can again increase it a bit, because I think we're losing a lot of details. Yeah. Okay, so that is happening. Background. Okay. Right. So this is pretty much the lighting. If you want, you can also go to cloud, and if you like a particular sort of style, you can even do that. So you just go to the second one, which is the environments, and you have a whole bunch of stuff going on. You have modern buildings, Burj Khalifa, conference rooms and stuff, but let's not worry about those. Above clouds, well, I haven't tested all. I'm still testing a few, but say we have like the desert sunset, seems good. So you just click on this sunset, go to download, and basically in your environments tab on the left, if you go to the downloads on the top, you should be able to see that a file is being downloaded at the moment. So I've actually downloaded this itself from the cloud library. It's a wooden door. So yeah, so that's pretty much how you can test out some of the stuff that's there in the cloud. Okay, and this is going to take a while as well. Shit. Okay. So let me just. And a cool thing is that if you like a particular style, but you just want to test out more style, but you want to save this image, like sorry, this environment setup, it's good that you click on this first, which is duplicate environment, and then on this layer, which is the environment 2 layer, you can mess around, play with the other HDRIs. And if you want to go back to the first one which you have made, you just go back to environment here, and this is your setup which you have made. Also keep in mind, if you have duplicated the environment, your in goes, I think, when you change your HDRI. But yeah, you have a lot of different options to play with. So yeah, you can test out a lot of different stuff that's going on. This one I took from the cloud, so you can see I just dropped and dragged this, and this also works pretty well. Gives a very nice sort of a glow to the entire thing. Not sure if you can see it, but yeah. Okay, so next, this is all about the environments. The materials, this is a broad topic. Like we have a bunch of materials, but I think for the one that we had in the webinar, we used, I think the one that I used, these are all my downloaded materials, which I have from the cloud library. So if you go to cloud library and you go to the first tab, these are all materials which you can download and explore. So I think for one specific layer, I've used water resin. And if this thing happens, you just need to go to scene 1 and kind of, just put it in like 1. Yeah, I mean, if this still happens, you just need to put it in from the layers over here. Or maybe you can select, maybe you can hide all this. Actually, sorry. Okay, so you have this, you have the torso. In the torso one as well. You can do a lot of bunch of cool things. See how it looks. Okay, let's just not apply this to everything. Let's just apply it to the face and the leg. So let's see. The one that I play around with the most is if you go to paint and you go to paint glass white, and if you just go to scene here and write this on torso 2, which is going to be the inner piece which I had deflated. Just to keep in mind, set a camera. So if you like this particular view, you just go to camera and you click on this, which is add new camera. So now the camera 1 is going to be this fixed thing, but if you want to move around, you just go to free camera and you can move around. And if you want to go back to camera 1, you can just click on camera 1 and it goes back. But to move around, just make sure you have free camera selected and you move around. Yep. Okay, so go try something different with this one. So okay, so once you have made the paint gloss on this, if you go to materials, here is where you change all the properties of your materials. So for paint gloss over here, I double click this and so here, these are your basic options. You can change the color, you can change the roughness and the refractive index of your material. You can load in textures as well if you have any, as a bump map or normals. Labels, I don't really use this, so it's not used. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the material editor. So more scripting. Yep, more scripting. So we're just going to script something very basic. We want a different sort of a style to the color. We don't want a constant style all over. So to access the options, like all these options, we right click on the viewport and we basically, the textures that I use a lot, you can use either color gradient or we could use something as curvature. So these two is what I use like the most. Color gradient, I'll just show you what it does. So if you plug this in the color, and you basically, now if you want to just preview the color gradient over here, this specific node, it's good you click on this, which is preview color. And basically it's just going to highlight this node and show it on the geometry over here. So at the moment, you can see the color gradient is from white to black, and it's actually showing us how the gradient is going from white to the black over here. So this is not what I want. Maybe the gradient type I want is view direction, meaning from every direction that I am seeing my geometry, one specific portion, which is, so based on the curvature, it's basically going to highlight some which is going to be the red, which is at the edges, and her white, which is at the cracks in between. And yeah, from here you can keep changing how much ever like you want. If you want to go more greenish, you can go there. Or if you want to change the white as well, you can really change the white. Let's see how this looks. I'm not sure how it looks. To go back to see how it looks, we just have to click this again to disable preview. And basically now should be able to get this kind of thing going on. So to see it extreme, you can see if I have red and green, you can see that there is some portions of it being red and some portions of it being green based on the camera direction that I have. So yeah, it's a very cool way to add a lot of complexity on textures and stuff. This is one way of doing it. The other way, which I find is really cool, is using the curvature node itself. So what this does is it does pretty much the same thing, but in a more efficient way, where you have the negative curvature, you have the zero curvature, and you have the positive curvature. You can play around with the cutoff radius of each and everything. By that, I mean, if I go say, enter something very gooey, very, and the blue is going to be changed to something very, like that, something very greenish. Can probably give it more, I think. So I don't think there's any zero curvature, so I just leave it to black, mostly because in organic geometries, you don't really need zero curvature a lot, I feel. And the cutoff and the radius, you can play with this. So by default, it's 1. If you go more lower or more higher, it's gonna really pump up the colors a lot. So yeah, based on the things that you want. Okay, so looking good. Right. Okay, so I think the next one could be, let's try applying this. Man. Let me go back to leg. Okay, so here, I can't change. I'm just seeing how it looks if I apply this on the arms as well, because I have 2 different layers on the arms which I made. It's the same thing, but I just made 2 different versions of it, which is the thick version and the thinner version. So yeah, so that's there. I think what I can do is here, 10 arm 2, sorry, arm 1, and it over here. Okay, that's Right, so the end, go back to camera 1, and what I want to show you guys is have another material that we need. So we go back to paint and get the paint white, get another paint, so we can play around more. TUTOR. So this is all right as of now. So let's go to this and let's try adding a bump map. So these are some of the videos which I've downloaded from the internet. I think it would be good if you have like a black and white one. So in this case, I have just this thing going all over. So let me try to see how it looks on this. Not a big difference there, but I think if you increase this, you should be able to see some sort of change happening. Box cylindrical. Okay, let's try to first fix the material, which is this one. Texture map. Sure. Let me just see what it's like. Okay, so I think the texture map was quite small, so we need to give it small parameters, I feel. And yeah, I mean, when it's just very, very small, yeah, it's working now. Yeah, you just need to be mindful about the scale of your whole thing. So here, if I just click the denoise on the top, that's not going to work at all. So mess up the entire thing. Let me try increasing the bump height for you guys to see. But you can really see these patterns being applied on whole thing. So here you can see it more clearly. Right, so I think we can just go to something not very large. And if this seems fine, this is just for the bump. If I use curvature here, so let me just see how this. Okay, Yeah, these are just different techniques for you guys to see how you can create. I think what we did over here is we shouldn't do one thing, which is in the texture is normal map. We just don't need to select this because it's going to create that pattern. So what we need is we don't select normal map over here, but we just leave it as it is, and it's going to create a bump over there, which you can see over here. Well, it's very faded off because we need to increase the bump ratios and stuff. But yeah, you can see it here coming out. Anything else which I have missed? Not sure, but yeah, you can just quickly maybe finish this off. Have the color paint, you can apply it on to see how this looks with this. Go back here. How it's all following the texture map that we have given. You get a lot of, very crazy and very organic sort of texture on this whole thing. Basically, let me try putting this and see how it looks on the leg 2, which I have worked on. Maybe I can switch this with this and use this for this leg over here. So, it's more blended in with the skin. Have and this thing as a headpiece, I just like to keep it over here. So yeah, as a headpiece, I just want to keep the glass sort of a thing on the top, just to make it a bit more different. For this layer, which is I don't know, I think I can do it better with this one. So I think maybe we could take a metal piece. I just want to test it out just to see how it looks. Use a metal piece over here would be really cool. The maybe like some sort of a skeleton that's coming out from this guy. But yeah, it's highly up to you, however you want. If you want a light, you can go to the light panel and go to the emissive sort of a thing and click on two. Well, this may be a bit overkill, but if you want it, you can always put it. In my case, I like this very, nice sort of a metal thing coming out of this guy. Yeah, I'm a bit dark in some sense. And okay, so we go back here and let's just go back to the camera that we had. Here we can change a lot of different stuff like the perspective, the field of view and stuff like that. So, you can keep changing it however that you feel like is good. Let's do it in the free camera so that I know what it is, and it's something, I don't know, whichever shape looks nice. It's all, testing, whatever is good. I like it from the bottom. It kind of like shows a very aggressive sort of a look from the bottom of the camera. Right, so imagine we just have this. I'm not going to waste more time on this, but at the end you have an image, which is you can do a lot of post-production in this as well, like not a lot, just a few, like the exposure, the bloom, the denoising and stuff like that. So what I like to do is I like to change basic to photographic, because it kind of gives it a more cinematic, well, I wouldn't say it gives it a full cinematic look, but it gives it a bit of a cinematic look. And also we have a bit more options to play with over here once you do it into photographic view. So go to exposure, and you can keep changing the balance and stuff that you want. Maybe I don't really like it to be very dark. Well, yeah, I think I should do something about me being a bit too dark. So let's go here. I like to change the contrast a bit, because I don't know why, but I like shadows on different types of portions which can't be seen. Makes them look very shady. And the curves you can change. Well, I'm not going to change the curves because I think this is fine for now, just to show you guys. But if you want to denoise this entire thing, you can just click on denoise, and basically it's going to smooth out the image a bit more, and going to delete all the noise you have in the image. But I think I like it to be a bit noisy. Let's just, I don't know, 0.5 should be fine. I don't want to make it full smooth, because then it just looks like it is some abstract matte painting. So 0.25. Bloom is if you have lights shining on some portion, and it basically blurs out some of the thing. I'm not sure if you can see, but it's like it's like giving you a very blurry effect on wherever the light falls. So it's a cool cinematic touch, but I'm not sure if you need it for this. If you think it's cool, you can highly recommend it. But anyway, okay, so if we have this whole thing figured out, final step is just to click on render, and in this render you have a still image, the folder where you want to render your files. It's going to be in the output. Select folder and click on output. And if you want it to be a PNG or a JPEG, it's highly up to you. If you want an alpha image, meaning you want if you want no background, you put PNG, and you just have to click on this include alpha transparency. So it's just going to give you a PNG image of your thing, which is really cool if you want to Photoshop it further. But I think for this case, I'm just going to use PNG without the alpha, because I just want this image as it is. Everything else remains the same. Print size, you can leave it to either 150 or 300 ppi. It's up to you. Go to options over here. I'm using GPU mode because I have a good GPU, I feel. And the samples I'm using is 128 by 1.5 pixel size. Just before I render, I'm going to save, because I know my luck is it's not very good. And it's just having a KeyShot Halloween. Okay, nice. So now I've saved everything. Now should render very quick. there's this view mode. So yeah, so you can see, I mean, it's going really, really fast. I can even compare this and switch it to CPU mode and show you how slow it can get. Yeah, I mean, I think that took like 5 to 10 seconds, I think max. So I think it's really cool. That's the image we're getting. Pretty cool. Now, yeah, I think, yeah, just one thing I want to show is, CPU mode. If you don't have GPU, it may take a while. So that's fine. Just change this back to 64 or something. But like, just to show you, let's just use the same settings and everything same. I think it should take one. I think it'll take a while. It'll take, I think, 5 to 10 minutes. It'll take 2 to 3 minutes max, because at the moment it's just at 2%. So it goes fast compared to the other engines that are there. So that's good, I feel. And yeah, I mean, I think that's it, Naveen. I think I've covered pretty much everything in KeyShot. I'm not gonna wait so long, so we're just gonna stop it. But yeah, everything else is fine. I don't know. I mean, I think I'm done. Uh, I don't think I have so long to show you ZBrush. I think, I don't know, like, Mike, do you think I should show them, or
I think it's okay.
Yeah,
no need for another one. We're at time now.
perfect, perfect.
Yeah, really cool stuff.
Yeah.
Hope everyone enjoyed it. I
Hopefully.
certainly did. It's a nice webinar for this Halloween time.
Yeah.
If you can send me that file, Aman, would be good. The Houdini
The
file.
KeyShot or the Houdini?
Houdini.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll send it to you right
Yeah.
now.
And yeah, for everyone here, once the recording's done processing a bit later, we'll send the link in email so you can download it. Remember, you have only 60 days to download it. So if you don't, after that, you'll have to find someone else that downloaded it and ask them for it. I hope you all enjoyed it. Have a good Halloween season.
Yeah.
And I hope you
Happy
make some
Halloween.
cool stuff and tag and Design Morphine so we can see it and reshare it. It's really interested to see what you all come up with.
Yep. Thank you.
Anything else from you, Aman?
I don't know. I think I'm done.
Yeah, of course. Any questions? Any more questions from anyone here? Now would be the last time to ask those.
Yep.
They're very happy with it.
That's good news.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, considering it's my first workshop for Design Morphine, I think it's
Can we download the webinar for app? No. Okay. So no, like I just said, you have 60 days to download the webinar. After 60 days, the download link will not work. If you did not download it by then you'll have to find it somewhere else. So don't wait 2 months to download the file. If you wait nothing we can do for you. You'll just have to find it somewhere else. From some friend or something. Yeah, that's it. Download means you can keep it. That's the only thing. So there's two things. There's streaming and downloading. Streaming means you watch something on a website. Download means you download it. So if you download it, you can keep it. This is a free webinar, and our free webinars are always downloadable. If you don't download it within the 60 days, then the download link will not work, and you'll have to find it this way. So yeah, there's streaming and downloading. Downloading means you're actually taking the file, putting it onto your computer. Can we use material and KeyShot to animate further with Mixamo and Houdini? Probably not.
No, probably, yeah, probably not.
Materials are never transferable between softwares. You'll especially render and KeyShots. The only way to do that is to bake materials, and that's like a whole other thing. But KeyShot isn't making bakeable materials, it's more like tileable and procedural materials, which are never transferable between software. Even making materials in Houdini and bringing them to Unreal, like none of that's possible. You either have to bake the materials in, for instance, Houdini, and then bring those into Unreal, and they'll be specific to that object, but you won't have really much control over them anymore. Or you have to rebuild the material in another software.
Yep.
So again, reminder, download. If you do not download after 60 days, it's not a hard thing. Click a button within 2 months, and you can have the file. No, then you can't.
Yep. All right.
By the way, there's like these reactions now. I didn't notice them before, but I've been.
Yeah, I didn't notice
pressing
that. I just saw a weird thumbs up sign coming up.
I've just been pressing them randomly. And yeah, thank you all. And I guess we should end it here. And until next time, remember the next webinar is coming up and starting in 2 weeks. Don't want to miss out on those. There's a lot of really cool things going on. Hope to see you all there. Thank you again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.